sure that it's live. We are live. Nice. Go to Stream Health, so I want to see that instead. Alrighty. So welcome back to Kingless Chronicle. Last time the party did some more adventuring and interactions in the Drow village. They also, Delon made basically a deal with the patriarch of the Drow village, and some of the other ones bought some gear and got some other things acquired. And now they are relaxing in the lodge until essentially everybody turns in for the night, as something seemed to be happening in the evening.
Oh.
They want to investigate.
I hate to interrupt, but just as a reminder, Rem, I know he wanted to do learn some elf language. Now would be the perfect time for him to do so with Eleanor, and maybe you cut to them doing that for a long period, because we have like several hours.
Indeed.
We had a long time, so.
Thus the RP I mentioned before.
Yeah, I think that'd be good.
So, with all that having been said, as they are gathered around their table not really sharing any alcohol, not really a lot, I imagine. Them playing some cards as well. We're gonna pick up where we left off last time. So, as you're all gathered around the table, Yorm has been dishing out some cards and all that. It's a pretty fun card game, but only a few hours have passed, and admittedly, while it's a fun card game without alcohol or any booze to kind of liven the festivities of it, it is getting a bit monotonous.
Right. So yeah, I guess I'll get it out of the way right now. It's just a good idea. I'll say, Eleanor, do you remember what I asked back in King's Landing, I believe?
Eleanor pauses for a moment before nodding. You mean learning Elvish?
Yes, that. Well, you did say it was more Gnomish first and then Elvish later.
Yes, if you learned Gnomish, it would be a lot easier for you.
Well, considering the place we're in and the amount of time we have left, now would be a good time, I think.
Eleanor nods at that. I can agree with this. We do have a bit of spare time, and I think that this is a proper opportunity to help educate you on that. Now, let's see. As she thinks about it for a moment, as I stall and pull up Gilda's sheet. Here we are. Let's see, so if memory serves, you can speak and read rather fluently Dwarvish as well as Orcish, correct?
That is correct indeed.
Right. So, in regards to that, Gnomish is a very interesting language. It seems to have little bits and pieces of nearly every other language that I've seen. It's very complicated and nuanced. It really is a rather marvelous language. Thus, it's a perfect introduction to Elvish. See, in Gnomish, words similar to Dwarvish and Orcish have the fluidity of the actual Elvish tongue in them. So it's similar to speaking Dwarvish, but as if you were speaking it in an Elvish dialect. Does that make sense?
So, in a sense, Dwarvish, but look to your
flimsy.
But it sounds but it sounds nicer to the average folk.
Yes, essentially. It is a more phonetically pleasing Dwarvish. Bullshit.
Well. If they can't do that with Dwarvish, I wonder what they can do with Orcish.
Orcish is a very crude language. I believe it comes from Goliath, and Goliath comes from the giant folk.
That's what I've heard.
As far as I'm aware, Gnomish, as regards to Orcish, it takes the crudeness of the Orcish, which is almost a dirtier, more gruff, rumbly version of Goliath, and turns it into a interesting hybrid. Their words that they've taken of Orcish seem to be more like a hybridization of Orcish and I would say Sylvan, actually. As Sylvish is a more crude version of Elvish. But to teach you Sylvan would be far too difficult at this time. You lack the proper foundation. But it does feel like, if I were to really think about it from the Gnomish dialect, that Gnomish's appropriations of Orcish are spliced with Sylvan.
Right, so if I have a fancy learning Sylvan, I can just start from that and see where it leads me. But I think before we even do that, we'll just focus on what we have at hand first.
Eleanor nods at that. Yes. Oddly enough, once you learn Gnomish, spreading into other languages becomes remarkably more accessible.
I guess if they use loanwords for every language, I mean, that would make sense. Although...
I remember that once I had a surprising amount of difficulty learning to speak Draconic. I could read it fine, but speaking it was remarkably difficult, and some of the more nuanced words were also difficult to read. However, once I shifted gears and mastered Gnomish, I found that approaching Draconic with my knowledge of Gnomish and Elvish made Draconic far more accessible. It gave me a more interesting insight into how Draconic works as a language.
You know, that might be a dumb question, right? But if Gnomish is an amalgamation of all the languages, why aren't we all speaking Gnomish instead of what we're speaking right now?
That is an interesting question. I believe it comes from the fact that gnomes don't want it to be the common language. So instead, common is what most of us speak, as it seems to be... Common is like crude talk. Everyone understands it more or less, as it's the closest one can come to a simplistic form of all languages. Just about everybody can understand at least a bit of Common, mostly through osmosis.
Now you see, that's when I ask. Gnomish is like that. Now, what was the original Gnomish like one? You know. But unfortunately, I'm not the kind of person who give a shit about gnomes. So will not. Maybe out of character, but not in character. Right. But, well, let's see. It's been a while, you know, since I've learned a new language. So, well, I've learned Dwarvish when I was a child, and Orcish when I was a teenager, so... Where do we even start again?
Let's see, I'll start with the Gnomish versions of Dwarven words, as I think those would be the easiest to introduce you to Gnomish.
Uh-huh.
She pauses for a moment, thinks, and then speaks a word in Dwarvish. It sounds very, very, kind of guttural, very rude, very, like, hard edges is the Dwarvish tongue. Imagine, like, German or Russian. Lots of, like,
Right.
similar to da stuff like that.
Right.
That's how it sounds on the ear. She then translates from that to Gnomish. She says the same word in Gnomish. And it sounds very similar. Because you speak Dwarvish, it's not difficult for you to tell that she said basically the same word. The inflections and the way that it seems to be presented were slightly altered, though. There was a different emphasis on the word itself, and it sounds like if you were to write it down, the lettering was different to create a slightly more fluid version of that same word.
Oh no. We're going from Chinese to Japanese.
Sorta, kinda.
Like, this is the same letter, but pronounce it differently. They mean the same thing, but not.
No, Gnomish totally isn't like kanji, and every letter that is in the language has the multiple different interpretations. Shut up.
Depends on the amount of points you put on top of it.
But already,
Yeah.
I want you to make me a history roll, Gildos, to see how much you can learn in this setting with this.
15.
15, not bad. So with the 15, you feel like you're starting to get it. You feel like you understand a little bit of Gnomish, like you understand the bare basics. However, you hit a brick wall when she starts trying to explain Gnomish lettering, and it's all Greek to you, essentially. It's all Gnomish to you.
It's all giants. Well, suppose I go far and go cast her if I ever talk to gnomes there. I mean, that's the start, right?
Yes, actually, if Gnomish businessmen in Gloucester seem to use the Dwarvish Gnomish tongue a lot more than anywhere else.
I wonder. Gnomes have, greetings and all that, but like original ones, right? But considering how the language works now, if you use common greetings in like no matter the language, Dwarvish, Orcish, Elvish, whatever, but you put like the Gnomish inflection we just learned about, like you just taught me, would it work?
I think they'd find it amusing more than anything, but in a pleasant kind of a way. It would be a bit enamoring to see you attempting such a thing. It wouldn't be a one-to-one comparison, but they would immediately know what you're trying to do, and they would appreciate it. Gnomes are interesting. They actually quite enjoy when one puts the effort in to speak to them in their mother tongue. But there is another version of language of Gnomish that I have no idea how to interpret.
Another version? What do you mean?
If you've ever seen a Gnomish businessman backed into a corner, they'll start speaking a very, very fast, incredibly fluid, incredibly complicated version of Gnomish to each other. I believe that this version is also incorporates gestures for translation purposes, but I can't quite puzzle it out.
Well,
I believe they do that when they're backed into a corner on a business deal, so that they can communicate in private, essentially.
I think that might just be the original Gnomish, rather than the stranger-friendly Gnomish.
It could
Correct.
easily be. That's what I've theorized as well. Because I've never found a version of the original Gnomish written down. I can't find a way to learn it.
I mean, if they use that, to keep secrets between them, then it's only natural that the secrets of them, well, keeps being that way, you know.
True,
They
but
don't do
most
that.
secret tongues have a key. There's usually a way to decipher them, but I have been incapable of finding one. The closest thing I have is the gesturing, but that's only one part, because the way they speak Gnomish at that point completely changes. It amounts to word salad, to literal nonsense when you translate it the way we know it. It's complete nonsense. It doesn't even make sentences.
Maybe you have to think like a gnome then, rather than, I don't know.
That will be phenomenally difficult for almost anyone who is not a gnome. It's incredibly difficult to ever know what's going on in their head.
Well,
Except when they don't wish to lie. Then they're transparent.
honestly, you got the greed, I got the greed, he's got the greed. Putting to our dwarf friend. So that's at least something we have in common with gnomes. We can start from there.
She chuckles at that, but shakes her head.
Why? You know it's true.
They love good business, but not sure if I would go so far as to call that greedy. If they were greedy, I don't think they would exchange and make sure that the business arrangement usually benefits both parties.
That's what they want you to think.
It's not a Asterium business, or an Ebelese business. It's Gnomish business.
Well, let me tell you about Gnomish business. Right. I'll tell you, my grandfather used to say that Gnomish business was the kind of bad business you wouldn't want to. So, say we have both different version, well, different definition of Gnomish business.
Eleanor just smiles at that. Perhaps. That is a very consistent thing across those that have done business with the gnomes. Yorm immediately chips up. If you do business with a dwarf, nobody complains.
Exactly. You know what you're getting.
Exactly. Gnomes are like to speak in hushed whispers, and then when you catch them in the circle, they decide to start making a new circle. But it's not a circle, it's a figure 8. That it does make sense. But I wouldn't consider that them going in a circle is necessarily deceptive. After all, if you know there's a circle there, then it's not really a deception. True deceptions of twist and weave, they don't lead you in a circle. Not unless they're purposely trying to misdirect you. But usually a circular sort of argument can be puzzled out quite quickly if you know it's there.
But with gnomes, they go in circle and go on and go on and go on. And usually, it's not the gnome who starts, being annoyed and, at least with twists and turns, you know that at some point you get something out of that. In circles, though, it's always the same thing. Always, and goes on and on and on and on.
Exactly. A circle never doesn't have an end destination, and a figure 8 definitely doesn't. It goes on forever. But at least if it is a twist and turn, you know there's an end destination.
See, the circle only ends once the gnomes gets what he wants. Of course, he won't make it apparent. Because you'll be the one going fine. The gnome's just there rubbing his hand.
Exactly, it's like a horse race. Except that the horses keep going until they run out of laps, but the laps aren't foretold to the racers.
Sounds about right.
I wouldn't go so far as to compare doing business with a gnome to a rigged horse race. I would.
I would too, no. Well, clearly, Eleanor, I think, is because as a businesswoman, you haven't dealt with gnomes enough.
I feel like I have dealt with gnomes more than either of you two have. That's the problem.
Yeah, yeah. You're used to them.
Eleanor just shakes her head at that.
Now, another completely different subject. It's been a while since, well, you started traveling, you left Asterium, so I want to know, what do you think of the journey so far?
The journey?
Yeah.
It's been enlightening. It's been filled with twists and turns, crevices and mountains. For every crevice we come across, there is then usually a mountain to climb afterwards. The crevice is never enjoyable, but neither is the climbing of the mountain. But once you climb the mountain, it's been quite enjoyable to see the view on the other side. And I feel like I have been learning and growing quite a good bit on this trip as well.
Well, when we first met you, the one glaring flaw you had was your lack of worldly experience, I suppose, so... I think it shows now that you've met quite the different people, and endure quite a few different trials. Latest being, well, here. So hopefully, the journey we still have left will make you the kind of businesswoman you wanted to be. I'll say that much. I see people are leaving. Goodbye. Safe travels.
As Aqua and the constable are essentially leaving, you see Aqua give you like a one look, like you should get out, like just make sure you leave, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But he doesn't say anything else. Eleanor thinks for a moment, though. What about all of you, though? How's the journey been for all of you? It's been incredibly enlightening and interesting for me, but...
Well, me personally, I'm somewhere I wasn't expecting to be 6 months prior. I'm a man I wasn't expecting to be. I have a status I didn't expect to have at all. And quite honestly, you have different perspectives on many things, including why I went out in the first place. So, yeah, it's been, like you said yourself, enlightening.
I see. Well, I'm glad it's been worthwhile for you. I intend that once this expedition has been finished, that I am fully intending to have the King of Styrium make sure to compensate all of you with some grants of rewards. I have a small ledger, actually, which I've been tallying some things on. Don't mostly keep track of it. Is that right? Well, I appreciate that. Not really what I would have expected from you, but I appreciate it. What is that supposed to mean? I have been quite fair. Well, I mean, well, business lady, Most businessmen and business ladies alike, they usually like to make their profit more. Nothing against you specifically, Eleanor, it's just business and how business is done. Even a dwarf would make sure he gets his cut. 60-40. You are not getting 60. Damn. I understand dwarvish business as well, Yorm. I know when you say 60-40, you mean that I get 40 and you get 60, as you feel you're doing a lot of the work. What can I say? I had to throw it out there. 51-50. No!
$51.50.
Majority share.
Oh, I'm just... No, you know you get 101. Well... Just, wondering where that one might come from.
Ask her.
Maybe. Alright, well, we do have a bank account, I suppose.
True,
With
that
a
bank
name.
account's been quite useful. Speaking of which, Gildos, how have the item that you purchased been treating you?
Well, I'll just put them on the table because I haven't really shown them to her. And say, well, I bought these, and from the moment I put them on, I felt I could essentially cast more spell per day.
I see. So they did not increase your magical potency, merely your magical quantity. For
And
someone
again-
like yourself, that's actually quite useful.
Indeed. And if I ever find something better, it could be useful to any of us. Because I
True.
believe, at least from what the shopkeeper told me, it can affect even non-casters.
Non-casters could have their quantity increased. That... without training? That's different from even the spell crystals that even a farmer could use.
I mean, you have to remember, like, let's pick a bit lower, because, it's
True.
a secret. This is an item made entirely out of magic, Eleanor. That's not just a magic crystal.
That is true. Still, I am surprised I've never heard of such a process before.
The shopkeeper was surprised as well. Even I only heard rumors about it.
Ophelia actually speaks up at this. Magically woven items. I am surprised you all have not heard of this as well. In my time, such items were of large worth and were rare but not unheard of.
Right, but it seems at some point the process of making those just died with just about anybody who knew outside of the Sylvan people.
I have been
Well,
noticing that there is an interesting correlation between what was once a necessity of knowledge beginning to drift apart once those seem to encounter times of peace and prosperity. Once the creation of such things is no longer a necessity, it becomes lost.
honestly, there's a lot of those we come across along the journey I've been meaning to learn about in the Estian College. After all, when I pointed the gauntlet, I felt like this is the kind of thing there'd be at least a scroll tucked away somewhere in the library.
It
Somewhere
would be
forgotten.
most fortuitous of us to head to the college at some point to look into certain things then. perhaps we will become more enlightened. Eleanor actually thinks about this. A scroll about the college. I would actually say yes, there most definitely would be one. If I understand the headmaster, the Blue Dragon, he would have something like this. If not within the halls, then within his personal collection.
Right. See, back then I didn't really know what to look for, but now, got this. I got all those magic items we come across. Forgot. We got them as well. So. Plenty of nights too. But myself, really. Well.
Yes, the college is most useful for anyone. However, it is even more useful to those who know what they wish to find. I know that I studied alchemy there myself, and it has been very useful throughout all of my journeys. Without alchemy, I could not make the potions that have been helping us all. I could not even have created my master potions, the ones that I've been acquiring materials for as we travel. What about you, Delon? How has the journey been treating you? You've been awfully quiet.
Delon has been listening, and he's been in his book. He's been writing down things, making notes. As soon as he hears his name, he glances up and closes the book shut. It's been an enlightening journey. I've more than learned so much on my way here. From Mysterium to the Land of Monsters, all the way to the Savage Lands. I've quite learned of a lot of things. I'll say, as for your suggestion, I don't think it would be a bad idea to briefly visit the college, especially should we return to the Wood Elf village. The path would be clear. We could go there, be there before fortnight, there and back again, probably less than a month. We could probably do so, especially if we're quick about it.
Yes, if we wish to head over the mountain range for it, we could head over there, return to the Asterium's more southern border, the areas with all the farmland, and there is a boat. It is a resource ship. It brings trade goods to the college specifically. The Blue Dragon has everything paid for ahead of time. We could just take a ride on that.
Could. Aren't they usually saved for, No, we are in the middle. I suppose it would only be a matter of as long as we arrive there before the winter seasons.
Yes, once the winter season hits, that whole shipping operation will be frozen. The waters become far more dangerous than they already are, and they become large ice chunks that the sailors of Asterium are just not properly affiliated with, essentially.
Which would unfortunately leave us to either the mountain pass or through Nebulum. Not good, another book.
If we head out, if we do head to the college and then head from the mountain pass to Asterium, I believe there is another mountain range that heads closer to King's Landing. It's only open in the summertime, which it is currently. Even in the fall, that passage begins to become treacherous. You would go up the same way that we would for instance, from the Adventurers Guild in Asterium. However, we would take a different route once we get to a certain point.
Let's see.
That pathway is only open in the summer, however, because in the fall it begins to ice. So all carts become impossible to take there. Many horses it's dangerous to even bring a horse there. They are likely to slip and break a leg. which would be tragic for any animal to suffer through. In the
Aye.
winter, the entire passage is filled with snow from the very top. You can't even get through.
Hmm.
And if you were
I
to
mean,
attempt to fly
Mhm.
over, you'd need to have the flying and natural affinity of a dragon to even get over.
Hmm.
The altitude makes the air quite thin.
If we did visit the Asterium area, I know we do have a quest from the Adventures Guild to turn in. Once we reach the Wood Village, we can inform them there, perhaps take something back there as well. And as addition, we do have something that belongs to the Blue Dragon, do we not?
Indeed. I'm not a big fan of returning to Asterium proper, however. I wish to avoid that until the very end. But
see.
we could easily avoid heading into the city of Asterium itself if we were to smuggle ourselves onto the shipping containers that head for the college.
Hmm.
Well, to be honest, go back to STM don't have to be post haste, really. I feel more like wait until we've done our little tour of Glocasta and Reynolds and back to King's Landing before thinking about it, really.
By that point, the mountain range would most definitely be frozen over, meaning we would have to head through Nebulum to get there.
And
Oh.
besides, with the path that we've chosen, it wouldn't be, as I said, the distance would be less than a fortnight, less than 2 weeks. There and back,
Yes,
maybe perhaps 3.5. That's not long, things considered, to turn back to where we were.
true.
And
From being at the Wood
well,
Elf Village, we could take the mercantile route now that we've cleared it up over the mountain paths into Asterium from the Wood Elf Village,
hmm,
which would then allow you all to return your quest for the Adventurers Guild, and then from there we could figure out what to do. We could either head south, we could either head for the southern area and head through Nebulum, which I would personally like to avoid, or we could. Give me one moment, actually.
They have a suggestion as well.
there you go. What-
If we were in the Wood Elf
Yeah.
Village, we could head over the mountain path and head over there, which would allow you to enter into the Adventurers Guild. From there, we could take a ship that would be about here. Then we could take that ship and let it sail us to the college. Then we would be simple as catching that ship back, and then we could take the mountain range back into the Savage Lands, or we could take the path over through the mountains into King's Landing, which then could take us over to Gloucester if we desired.
Well, taking the path to King's Landing might just cut some time because, well, concerning what we would do later. Dallin Bub said he had a enlightening dream yesterday. Or was it this morning? Or you can't remember. So I was wondering, did you, or look to everyone else, any of you get some kind of dream of the prophetic kind, or something unusual?
Eleanor just shakes her head. My dreams have been the same as they always are. My meditations have been quite peaceful. Yorm kind of thinks for a moment. Yep, same dreams as always for me too. Never quite sleeping right unless I'm sleeping on a rock. Funny enough, the floors here have been quite similar. Slept like a babe. Ophelia actually speaks up. I have been having interesting interactions whenever I am staring alone in the evenings.
Elaborate.
Occasionally I feel as if there is another individual tempting to call to me. However, it is beyond faint, and I cannot really understand what is being called, or what is being whispered. However, I do not truly desire to understand it. The whispering grows far more quiet the closer I am to all of you, however.
Uh, I feel like this is something you should have mentioned before. At least in passing.
It did not seem appropriate to bring it up at any specific time until now.
Fair enough. How about you, Dallin?
The only dreams I've had was when I spoke to my lady. We spoke of things, of recent events, and she gave me new orders as a effect. I did not bring them up because I did not think they were too much of a change, but as such, she will be indisposed of some time.
Right. See, the reason I bring this up is because the last time you two had a dream like that, I did too. And that's when we learned of the temple and all that. Well, matter of fact, the night before Bab had his dream, I was summoned by my lady as well. We talked, and she rewarded me. Essentially, increasing my stature to that of a champion, granting me the ability of making runes and actually show you what I've actually did to my armor the day before. Like I wanted to, when I told you, it's like, yeah, I got this thing, that new thing, but can I wait for everyone to be there before?
Ophelia
also,
actually nods at you quite proudly. Being designated as a goddess's champion is a rather remarkable feat, Gildas.
Aye. You should feel proud.
Well, of course I am. It's just not something I expected. Well, I guess considering what she told me about the signification of that there pendant, well, it makes sense now. But well, it made sense back then. But you know, I just emphasize it. But that wasn't all she told me. She also told me that my next quest would happen in a temple in Gloucester.
A Temple of Bridget in Gloucester. How interesting. I think I remember hearing about former temples like that, but Bridget hasn't had the largest influence in Gloucester. I believe there are still devout followers, but I don't... Is there a temple of Gloucester? The Temple of Bridget in Gloucester? I don't think there is anymore. No, not officially.
I mean, the map is set out already, isn't it? Because we just talked about the mountain pass and all. What is I believe so. So I'll just point out where the damn thing is, which is right there. So I'll say, well, matter of fact, there is indeed one. It's located there.
Right in the middle of that forest there. That's why I said unofficially. See, it's more like a holy place that certain members of Bridges occasionally make pilgrimage to. I don't recall hearing about any sort of congregations, though.
Anything in particular about the land other than that, though? I mean, you seem to know.
Oh, the forest around that spot?
Right.
Very, very dangerous woods. He then just gives
cool.
like a smile after that.
Well, thankfully we have the best dwarven ranger we know.
Damn straight. And if I were to say, I have been in the area before. I remember this chap, this young fellow. He was from, I think he was from King's Landing, actually. He was making some sort of pilgrimage of his for Bridget over there. He said that he needed a ranger. He said he wanted a fighter or a barbarian to travel with him, because he could not bring, and he already had his knight. And he said something about bringing over. He wanted a master magician of some sort for some sort of ritual at the gate. I ended up escorting him over there, and it was a horrible time on the way, but the lad was smart and hired everybody that he actually needed for it. So he never came to harm. Some of us took some horrible blows, but, you know, we were all good and dandy at the end of the day, because his knight was also a cleric. So, quite useful. But we traveled along, came across surprising amount of very powerful beasts. The kinds that almost feel supernaturally strong. The closer we got to the temple, the more they seemed to want to ward us off, and eventually we all made our way there. The boy had the magician which he hired look at some sort of barrier, and I believe the barrier got lowered for a time. We all went in, and I was standing outside, so I don't really know what happened in there, but they came back about an hour later. I think there's some sort of consecration happened, and then we all left. It was a surprisingly easy job. But only because the lad was smart.
And here I thought, due to the location and how nonchalant she was, it would be sort of a walk in the park, but...
Well, the problem is that it's on that spot of land right near Reynold, and Reynold may have their wall close by, but it's still close to Reynoldian land, so a lot of the animals over there are pretty freaking vicious already, because it's getting close to that area. And then I think there's some sort of magical effect from the temple itself that is enhancing the flora and fauna of the land. I'm not a druid, so I couldn't tell you. But from my ranger perspective, I'd say there's something special in the woods there. Maybe it's in the water, who knows?
Most likely, but I think Bob will figure it out once we get there. If we get there. Hello to everybody.
Eleanor nods. I'm more than happy for us all to head over in that direction. It's quite close to Reynolds, so we would be able to head over there and look into it with very little difficulty once we actually decide to head towards Reynolds. Additionally, it's a personal quest for you, one given to you by your goddess, so I feel no harm in following it.
Thank you.
Ophelia nods as well. As far as I am concerned, the fact that you have been designated as your goddess's champion and she has given you this task means that we must go there no matter what. The option of if we're going was never on the table once you mentioned that. We will be going as far as I am concerned. And yeah, we can head over there no problem. I've been there before, so I don't think we'll get lost.
Seems our destinations increase.
Well, then I thank you again all. As I thought, well, I'd at least ask before we even ventured there.
Fair enough.
Well, as for the dream itself, well, I'll say the Templar and the Cleric are doing well. the afterlife, and have you ever? How should I say that? Did you ever feel drunk in a dream, or like drag yourself to inebriety? Because that's what happened. And I'll say that it's a weird kind of feeling, waking up sober after all that.
That's just how I feel every morning.
Oh, yo.
What? You go to sleep, smashed, you wake up as a dwarf, and you're completely sober, ready to go again. It's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Sounds awful.
That's not quite the same thing, yo. No, there you get smashed while you sleep.
Sounds lovely.
I'm sure it is for you. I mean, let's see, Marshall. At least he's not as salty as the day before. Was like, dude, you got a chip on your shoulder against me. I know why, but come on, man. Don't blame me. I didn't know it better. Well, I knew a bit, but premise. Oh, yeah, it's not a lie if you don't say it. Like, yeah, excuse me. I thought you knew it was common knowledge, but no. Anyway, back to present. Yeah, that's about it, really.
Eleanor points back to the map, however. I think it's good that we're planning our future route currently. From where we're currently located, I would say that we're probably around here-ish. So if we were to head back to the Wood Elf City, we could head over the mountain, take a boat to the college, take the boat back, then head over to the Adventurers Guild, reconvene to see where we want to go, if we want to go back over into the Savage Lands, or if we wish to go over the mountain pass to King's Landing, figure out what we wish to do from there. But perhaps we're putting the cart before the horse. After all, there is something we'll be doing in just a short amount of time, right? Perhaps
Alright.
planning that far ahead is a bit more of a headache than it's worth.
Maybe, but look at all the time that passed if we do that.
True. Time flies when one is having fun. Not fast enough. As you were all talking, actually, you actually feel a small tremble suddenly from beneath your feet, and there is a white light beneath the door.
Alright. And then once that happens, they'll say, see, that's what I was talking about this morning. That was amazing.
Was that an earthquake? I feel
Maybe,
oddly
possibly.
compelled to approach the door with that light.
I know, right?
It's uncanny, but I have a gut feeling that I shouldn't. Is it attempting to draw us to it?
I mean, if it's related to those Onis with like the twisted personalities or traits or whatever, that is drawing our curiosity to, I don't know, twist it. Then yeah, maybe it would make sense. But
It's disconcerting, I'll give it that. Never felt such a compelling desire from a simple light before.
I mean, consider the context and everything. I don't think it's just a simple light. I mean, from the get-go, you're told not to go outside at night, and this happens, and the light comes out. Just can't help but feel like, well, is this the reason why we can't get out? So you want to know what it is, but you know that what it is not what you want to know. And that's what get me up a bit last night.
I see.
Especially
Honestly, if
the
I had
fact
known
that-
all of this was going on in the evening, I don't think I would have been able to sleep much either, even if it's just a meditation.
Now, consider the fact that this is what you can see right now, that there's no window anywhere on the upper floors.
Let
Even
alone
here
no
with the
windows
map.
down here.
Right. And windows are usually made of glass, and glass breaks easily.
Yes. And if this is just a part of whatever could be out there, then I would imagine that if one were to see more, you'd feel even more compelled to follow it. Right after she says that, there is another, shaking and a quake. Followed by what sounds like an explosion of fire or some sort.
I wasn't there before.
God, what is that?
I have no idea, but it don't seem good. I'm gonna sit on this side of the table. Look, if that wall breaks down, I don't want to be the one sitting next to it. I've been hit with shrapnel before. It's not fun.
I'd as well look at Eleanor and say, now you see why your training was as harsh as it was.
If they're fighting a creature that could cause such a quake, then I understand why it reminded Delon of Templar training.
Aye. Well, in either case, you should feel proud of your training efforts.
Indeed.
You came out in front. You said you would do something, you did it. And for all intents and purposes, you seem to gain some of their respect, at least Lady Aramus. You ruled your fear and you held your own. Couldn't ask anything more of yourself.
Indeed. I'm surprised I made it through that. But I feel as if if I were to have a bow in my hands or something similar, I would be able to use it far more efficiently than I used to be able to.
Well, you say you're surprised, but I'll be honest, you're strangely stubborn when it comes to goals you've set yourself.
One needs to be. If you are not stubborn in seeking out your goals, then you'll fail at the simplest form of just trepidation. There's no reason not to be stubborn about the goals you wish to set for yourself. Just make sure that the goal you set is not so far out of your realm that it's impossible to reach.
See what I mean?
What? It's all a mindset. You
It's
set
not an
small
easy one
goals
to
that
take.
lead to the way to the big goal, and you just make sure that you conquer those along the way, and it becomes a natural progression. I don't understand why that is so difficult for others to do. It is so simple. How else did I master my degrees in college?
Take a look at a perspective, perhaps. Say you come from humble beginnings, farmer. And I say to them, here is a sword. Take it, utilize it. Here's a stance. Here's a couple swings. Go figure it out. And I train them a little bit more. And and they get better. And then now it's the first time for battling on a monster. It's a commences monster. They attack a wolf, fight it a bit, get a good strike in, but it does good damage on them. They're bleeding, they're hurt. Alright, you're patched up, ready to do this all over again. Some will say yes, some will say no. and you do a little bit more, and that extensive training takes, oh, I don't know, 15 to 20 years of your life, depending on how old you were when you started, to get as skilled and master at multiple armaments and styles and abilities. Some are able to utilize it, and some are only as good as interest in the goals that are immediately in front of them. There was one cadet in our training when I was picked for Templar Order. Brilliant fighter, excellent. Could only use any armament I ever found. He only had one. He was skilled. He took orders easily, quickly. He only had one flaw. He only could take one order at a time. One goal, one specific order at a time. You told him to climb that. As I climb that tower, he would climb that tower. What if you needed to tell him, I need you to climb that tower and then shoot from it in the moment. The moment you get up there. Well, he would understand. He would get ready, climb the tower, ready for the bow, and no arrows would fly because you haven't told him where to shoot and where to shoot. I don't know. Some people are built specific ways. Some people don't see the woods for the trees. It's just a matter of perspective.
And
Some people are.
Sometimes people simply don't have time to see that way. At all. No offense, Eleanor, but you've lived what, 120 years or something? That's a hell of a lot more than most people already.
At the age of, indeed, for a human, the age of 25, 27, they should have already started a family and had a few kids by that point.
I know, right?
That may be, however, elves typically progress slower than you humans do. Honestly, humans like yourselves are quite interesting to many elves from a very more... There's a dangerous perspective towards humans. Not that it's dangerous to look into you, but more that your mortality, your simpleness, like your shorter lifespans than ours, seems to spur you into such an action. Elves never say it, but it is quite phenomenal to view what one elf has done in perhaps several humans' lifespans, perhaps a single human has done in his own lifespan.
Well,
personally, I think that far too many elves take things too slovenly and too slowly. They feel that there is so much time at hand to do what they need to do that they feel no urgency to accomplish it. In that sense, I do believe that many elves could learn something from humanity. But you wouldn't be hearing any other elves saying such a thing. Well, except for the King of Asterium, perhaps.
Yes, the King of Asterium. Very fascinating man indeed. Truthfully speaking, if the few elves that have the tenacity of a human would be a truly terrible thing, because they'd have all the time in the world and they'd have the passion to do it now.
But just imagine what could be accomplished. Imagine the magics that could be made, the items that could be crafted, the wonders that could be accomplished.
Perhaps it is that mortality that is a necessity as a balance. We know we have so little time, so we get to it. You know you have time, so you take your time.
So essentially, you would need more half-elves in the world, because it takes the best of both worlds.
Now that is scandalous if I've ever heard it.
Truth be told, I don't get to see too many half-elves.
Many live sheltered lives, or very quiet lives. Many honestly tend to live in elvish homes in a way so as to remain in elvish society. Sometimes half-elves are in human society, but I believe they tend to stay on farms or in areas where they can be more private. They can't truly seem to find any peace in even an elvish home, nor in a human home. Honestly, every half-elf I've ever met has been quite lonely. They shunned wherever they go. Most elves see them as dirty-blooded. Most humans see them as well, something half savage. At least I suppose at least you're not full savage. But I swear, I've seen the way half-elves talk sometimes. It's as if they fear that humans are just worried that they'll, quote-unquote, go full savage at some point. Even if that's not even a possibility, as we are not savages. Many don't seem to understand that. Though that's a complicated issue that is tied to, honestly, a lot of faults on our side and a complete cultural change.
I mean, I'm sure it's something that will change with time. I mean, look at half-orcs, more or less the same. You don't see
Arguably
many
worse.
of them. Yes.
And if you've ever seen a Goliath enter into a civilized city, then you understand exactly what sorts of issues could transpire with half-orcs of any kind. Because they would be like a Goliath, but more intelligent. Yorm actually raises a brow at that. A Goliath, but more intelligent. Are you saying that Goliaths aren't intelligent, Eleanor? What? No, not at the slightest. I simply mean that. Actually, I prefer to stay quiet on that. I will not elaborate.
Calm now. We're better friends.
No. I know when I am being led on. I know when my chain is being jerked. No. Honestly, there is currently a 2-inch hole that I am standing in. I would prefer to keep it that way and not any deeper.
Ophelia, bring me my shovel.
Ophelia just gives a smile. If I am to obtain your shovel, then I'll have to head outside for it. I'm afraid I cannot obtain it.
Oh, what a shame. Well then, I'm afraid I have to borrow your pickaxe then.
Don't worry, got it on me right here.
Oh,
See, he literally reaches for his pack.
Oh, Lord.
No, but I still glance to the right, seeing as like everybody left now, and say, although you do have your pickaxe, I think now's the time to use our other tools.
Right. Here's hoping the preparations that you have planned end up working. I haven't done a test shot, not doing it indoors.
I'll be fine.
Well then, I had not noticed everyone had left. I was far too engrossed in the conversation. Should we head over to the Patriarch then?
If you're ready.
Ready as I'll ever be, Delon.
And let's begin then. He tucks his book away, or at least the journal he had, and he stands up, I guess, for the rest of us and work our way.
So as you make your way over to the Patriarch,
Mm-hmm.
he waits on top of the trapdoor, essentially, and once you arrive, he nods at you all. Give me one moment. Gonna do this one. There we go. I see you have all arrived to sample the more exquisite wines. Shall we head into the
Yeah.
cellar?
Please.
Excellent. He lifts the cellar door and gestures down to it. You can see that inside there is you can see a light flickering and burning down below.
I will head in first just in case.
Alright. Delon, when you head inside, you see that the cellar is lit by a single torch on a sconce down there. It doesn't light the entirety of the cellar, but it lights it well enough that you can see it where you currently are. You don't see anyone else down here. Who goes next? It would be most wise for you all to expedite this process. There's only enough wine to go around for a little while longer. Well then, don't mind if we do. If we're having special wine, what dwarf in his right mind would say no? So Yorm gives a wink and just jumps straight on down. Delon, you hear a thud from behind you as Yorm just kind of lands on his feet, brushes his shoulders off. Not that far a fall. Not for a dwarf. Nice cellar, though.
Well, we haven't drank anything special for that, so let's see what you have.
Alright, so Gildos heads on down. Well then, freely shall we? Indeed. Two of them follow down, and Bub probably jumped down shortly after Yorm.
I wanna see.
But alright, once you're all down there, you hear the closing of the cellar latch, and when you turn around, you do actually see that the Patriarch is standing behind you all. He has already pulled up a hood over his head. Combined with the high collar, it obscures his face almost completely. You can only see his lips, essentially. Excellent. Now that we are down here, I would like to inform you all more of what you will be doing.
Please.
As I'm sure that Delon has informed you, innocents are currently at stake. Their lives may forever be in jeopardy, and I cannot confirm whether they are already lost or not. But I still beseech you all to aid us in retrieving said lives. If you wish to discuss more specifics about the operation, now would be the time. I will disclose all that I can to you. Once you've understood the situation properly, I will explain to you how you will be approaching the situation. Your in, so to speak.
Do we know how many will be there?
I do not have a proper head count. However, I believe that their true numbers are surprisingly small. The individuals that travel through our land were not of great number. They seem to travel in a small group, border almost a nomadic sorts. However, they have bolstered their ranks currently.
And the hostages, the innocents.
The innocents are not hostages in the way that you may consider them.
I see.
Currently speaking,
Yeah.
I worry that they are being educated improperly. For they all left just before moonlight of their own volition, one by one.
Wait. You're sending us to rescue these innocents, these young bloods, but they left of their own volition?
So it appeared. However, young bloods leaving of their own volition in such a great number is unspeakable. It is unnatural. Young bloods tend to behave. They can be impulsive, irrational even. However, young bloods following in seemingly no coordinated manner, just leaving and then disappearing, heading for the castle before moon falls, is disconcerting. When we asked them where they were going, they said they were just simply leaving.
Hmm.
When we informed them that they would fall, such a thing could be banishment worthy, they seemed to care little. This is unnatural. All fear the fall. Banishment is the ultimate punishment outside of death. Yet they cared little of their banishment. It was as if it was an afterthought to them. That is not how we think. I feel something has been altering their teachings in a way, or encroaching to them, speaking to them in hushed whispers.
Well, I think that's worth investigating once we get there. Don't you think, darling?
Aye, this does seem strange, at least from your teachings. I see. So it's not a traditional sense. You don't believe they're being forcibly held hostage.
No. I believe that if you were to encounter them, I do not know what their current status would be as.
Hmm.
I simply believe that they are allowed to wander the halls.
Curiosity, then. These young bloods, since we know very little of it, as you have made it very clear, or knows them to speak to young bloods, do they speak common or Sylvan, simply?
Their common would be poor. However,
Yeah,
their Sylvan would be immaculate.
understood. I I have been studying Sylvan and have made breakthroughs in it. Is there anyone among us who knows of the Sylvan tongue?
I cannot speak Sylvan in such a fashion. I am aware of it, and I can understand it through my other languages that I know of. But it was never informed to me as a member of the High Elf culture. We don't speak it fluently. It's crude. It's it's old to be moved on from. So we found a superior language.
But you know of it.
Yes, I could read it, or I could interpret a bit.
Good
Philly
enough.
actually raises her hand. Not like hugely overhead, just a bit.
Hmm.
Kind of at towards
Hmm.
shoulder level. There will be
Hmm.
no need for that such interpretation. Sylvan would be speaking and understanding Sylvan would be as easy as breathing for me.
I see.
Had I a need for
Then,
breathing.
then that makes 2.5 of us, perhaps 3, in certain conditions. We at least can deal with the language barrier in that essence, if it comes to it. We, you did not incline what you thought would be an issue. Do you think there's an Oni complicating this?
I am not certain. What I do believe is complicating this issue are the individuals that we once let through the village. They did not ask
Mhm.
many questions of us, merely learned of us as much as they could, which we were proud to do.
I
However,
see.
they were quite well behaved, and then they left. They have not been truly gone, however. They have been missing. We know that they are in the vicinity. Our blood huntresses inform us of such. However,
Hmm.
their actual location seems quite difficult to gauge.
Hmm.
We have been incapable of truly tracking them.
To reiterate, we are to find the young bloods, remove them from the castle, and bring them home safely.
Yes.
What
There should be 11 of them.
11?
Yes.
What is the protocol if they refuse?
If they were to refuse, then I would beseech you to attempt to convince them more thoroughly. If all fails, then I will leave it up to you to see with what to do with them.
So, knock them on the head and bring them back to the village. On our shoulders.
Such an action would be very kind, yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, speaking of the young bloods, I know I can convince them and all that, but for those that come with us, willingly or not, whatever, I know we're usually not allowed to interact with young bloods in the first place. So, if they ever ask questions or anything, or try to talk with us, should we just not say anything?
If the young bloods within this area interact with you, you have full liberty to interact with them. It is needed for you to interact with them to bring them back peacefully and unharmed, after all.
Oh, I know.
Hmm.
I just wanted to make sure.
I see. You're giving us temporary allowance. But
Yes,
I
within those
assume,
11 individuals.
but I assume you would appreciate it if our questions were only answering the necessary components and not much more.
If you could attempt not to dissuade them further from our teachings, as they seem to... I would believe currently that they are currently far away from them as of now. I would appreciate it.
Understood.
It
Just
would
wanted
be
to
even more
clarify.
difficult to reintroduce them into the Enclave if they are further brought away by your actions.
Hmm.
They are far too young to be truly survive banishment.
You would banish them all?
If they could not be reintroduced, there would be no other option.
Hmm. How do you wish us to approach this?
I have been especially invested in a certain individual as of late. He has been residing within the lodge due to a risk that was taken. I had a blood huntress clunk him on the head while he was wandering, and when we brought him back, it was as if he had been awoken from a stupor. Every evening he has been left under our charges, so as to stop him from refalling within said stupor. I believe one of you has already been made acquaintances with this individual. As he says this, a hooded figure comes out of the shadows.
Huh.
Wait, you're the ones that I'm gonna beat? Are you sure about this, patriarch?
So I'll say, like, loudly, so much for telling us to leave, huh?
And here I was worried about something happening to you all, and now I'm gonna be helping expedite that. Patriarch, I really don't appreciate this. They volunteered. There is no expedition of a harmful process. They are simply aiding us in returning your brethren and sisters to us. Right.
I actually think this is the first time Dawn's met this young man formally.
Yes.
Greetings. I am Delana Silius Gilame. I am the knight of this party. It is a pleasure to meet you.
You see his yellow eye slide over to the Patriarch, who just nods at him. Aqua Agrocum.
Well met, young man.
He just nods back a little awkwardly. I guess you're not all that bad for foreigners. I mean, if you travel with that foreigner there, then I guess you can't be that bad. But, has he told you that you're gonna be going in completely unharmed and in chains?
No, he decided not to mention that. Delon like glances to the patriarch. He did not bring that up.
I was getting to it. I was wishing for you all to know as much as you needed about the operation, then inform me you were ready for the final procedures to elaborate on such things. Right. Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna have to have you all put these on. He raises up a pair of manacles. Several pairs. And your gear's gonna be coming with me.
Wait.
Uh,
Hold on.
Yeah, nah, this is kind of
Yeah.
like
Oh, like, what gear will you take, and what are we allowed to even have on us?
If you can keep it from being frisked, you're allowed to keep it.
Haha.
Essentially, what we're gonna be doing is, they think I'm still fully under their spell, so I'm gonna bring you all in as sacrifices, and you're gonna be locked in the cells, in the dungeon area of the castle. And from there, I'm gonna attempt to cause a distraction so that you can cause a prison break. Your gear will be deposited somewhere within the castle itself. I unfortunately am not privy to where, but I guarantee you it will all be there. They're sticklers for cataloging purposes.
Delon's gonna glance to the patriarch and saying, "Forgive me, your lordship, but this is not, I thought, what you meant when you asked for a sting operation."
We shall sting them. You shall head in and you will break their illusion, stinging them in the process. Any cultists, any of these groups who you find that resist you, except the Youngbloods, I would especially appreciate if you stung them extra good. Afterwards, they will be routed from within that realm. This is what happens when one stings them, yes? Yeah, essentially, we're pulling a coup. You have been dabbling with Eramu too often.
Be thankful he knows some techniques, or else this would not even have been possible.
Actually, I have one more question about the plan.
Please.
Because, sure, we'll be with our gear, but how much time will we have before the prison break?
I'm not entirely sure. The first chance I get an opportunity to cause a distraction, I'm gonna take it. Do you have a
Right.
specific time you'd want me to try to arrange it?
It's just that I need at least an hour. Because at least I can make just say I can make a weapon in that time without needing anything else. Or if nothing else, I can make an armor as well. Just depends on what's in the cell.
Assuming you have your tools.
I don't exactly need my tools for that, actually.
Interesting.
Oh.
I can guarantee you at least an hour, as it's gonna be quite difficult for me to cause the distraction needed to pull their attention away. But, luckily, it is the Moon Night. And in the evening, they're doing their lessons and all their studies and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Language. Look, I'm getting into character. Leave me alone.
Narrows eyes. Boy.
There is like a legitimate narrowing of eyes, and you see him like drum a finger on his thumb for a moment before simply shifting the conversation.
Mhm.
I understand these are less than favorable situations. A blood huntress could not even get close to the scenario towards the castle without them already moving to hide whatever is needed before she gets there. From this perspective, they would already have their guard down. And while I understand your armaments would be detained, from my understanding they would be somewhere nearby to be obtained. Additionally, any armaments you can properly hide on your person would be useful to you. And I can slip a lockpick into the hay pile before you get there.
Delon's gonna glance at the rest of the party. What say you?
You promised
Go
me
back up.
Blunderbuss will be fine.
Hmm.
Yeah, it should be fine. They honestly shouldn't even hurt it or alter it in any way. They're gonna leave it exactly as it is. They're gonna throw it in with everyone else, all the other gear that they like to catalog. It shouldn't even be moved into any sort of area until they finish cataloging everything. Every few months, that entire room is just empty, and then they shift where they put it in the castle.
Forgive me, young man. How long has this operation been going on?
I don't know. But what I do feel like is that they're not new hands at this.
Mm.
You know when you know somebody who's really good at what they do?
Mm.
You know, like Aramu. She's really, really good at what she's do. She's been doing it for years. That's the feeling I get
Right.
with these guys. This isn't their first operation like this. It just feels like they're old hands at it.
I see. That is trouble.
Eleanor has her arms under her chest, crossing them actually. I do not like the idea of surrendering myself to the enemy, especially an unknown enemy that seems to give off a certain trafficking vibe. I'm not saying I distrust you both, I am simply saying that I do not feel comfortable in such a position. Ophelia actually speaks up right after. Regardless of the comfort, we have already accepted the task at hand, haven't we? And innocents are involved. It seems like a cult is being formed, and they are being misled with brainwashing teachings to teach them and turn them against their brothers and sisters. Regardless of the circumstances, if this is the only option to approach it, and they are willing to give us a method to escape as well as cause a diversion, then I feel as if this is a most fortuitous example. Indeed, we may not have another opportunity like this.
Well, you know, if it makes you feel better, once the prison break happens, we'll be the first to get you. Well, you'll be the first we get, rather.
I wish to state that I do not enjoy this, and if something goes wrong, I will hold the two of you personally responsible, as she points to the patriarch in Aqua. If the operation were to fail, I will take responsibility for it, unofficially. Are you saying we won't get help if it goes wrong? Of course not. I cannot willingly send blood huntresses there. I thought I had said as much. Okay then.
As a Lady Eleanor, if you wish to remove yourself from the situation, no one will blame you otherwise.
What, and leave all of you in there alone?
It's not about that.
Yes, it is. We are all a traveling company. I could not, in good faith, simply let you all wander into the lion's den alone. Besides, I do not have
Good.
the skill set to try to follow after and pull some sort of stunt to try to break you out if it were to go awry. No, the only person who could do something like that isn't here right now. She says this with a very, almost a glare of bitterness.
Mm-hmm. Then we are ready for this move on. We've all accepted our pieces. We'll do so. Get your gear ready. Make sure you can hide it on your person. Otherwise, hand it to these young men beforehand.
Just for efficiency's sake, and to make sure that they can't find it,
Hmm.
you don't mind if I frisk y'all down after you finish it, right?
By all means.
Good. If I can't find it, they shouldn't be able to find it. Something to keep on your person for this.
That's a good question, because I'm like, well, the only real thing I can keep on myself will be my necklace. Because, like, I like to keep the cactus mace as well. It's like, oh, it's a plant, it's not a weapon, but you know, I gotta get away with it. So, whatever.
I mean, the only thing I could probably even try to make keep is my sword of echoes. There's no way I'm going to be able to keep a shield and a sword. It's
No.
just too obvious. Short swords
Eleanor will
basically
actually keep her dagger.
Mm-hmm. Got to get that sword training.
Because, like, I keep my holy symbol on me, but it's a bit too big, you know, so unfortunately,
Yeah.
I have to go,
Eleanor actually, seeing that many of you won't be able to have items on you, uh, basically hands out one dagger each. I like to keep them for alchemical purposes mostly, but it seems like we might need them.
Marshall, quick. Will my dragon claws be more or less damage than a dagger?
Basically the same at this point.
So
They would do a
uh,
D4 plus your
okay,
strength mod.
cool. So I think at that point, actually, it'd be more of a disadvantage if I use the dagger. So Delon actually will put up a hand when he's offered it. There's no need.
Eleanor will quirk her brow for a moment and then nod with a small smile. I see. That is clever. Oh, last thing
Thanks.
of importance. Should you
Mhm.
succeed, I will have your mount. He will be within the forest near the castle itself. I have arranged for him to be there should you succeed before the night is over. If you are not back before the morning falls, then we will assume the mission has been a failure.
See.
There is an old
Mhm.
moat that you should be able to escape throughout somewhere in there. If you enter into the moat area, you should be able to swim across, and across on the other side is where your mount will be.
Thank you.
No, we thank you.
Etiquette, damn right.
It's also one of the only times that he's ever said thank you, so...
Yes, yeah. Yeah. You owe us, foreigners. Goddamn foreigners.
Now then,
Take
oh,
over
my
my
man.
I will leave the rest to
so,
you.
yeah.
Make sure that your part goes well, Aqua. Don't worry, I will. I've been being trained in certain ways by, Aramu and and Right, I understand. I still do not know, still not positive if opening such a position is a smart one. But we will see how it pays off tonight. Thanks, Patriarch.
Hmm. Hmm.
He then leaves,
Mm-hmm.
leaving you all alone in the cellar with Aqua, who does proceed to frisk you all down, and
Mhm.
essentially your your necklace, Gildos, he does not find it. If you all have daggers, he does not find that either. Anything bigger than a dagger, like the Sword of Echoes, he does end up finding.
That's fine. Delan will actually take the sword out for a moment, briefly showing it. So, there seems to be an opportunity for you, if your conversation with the Patriarch is to be believed.
All young bloods are given a position to join into a situation. When they graduate, they get to choose their lot in life. This situation, I can't go into specifics, but the Patriarch believes that this situation could become something to worry about in the future. And I
Including a new position.
propositioned him for what I wanted.
Mm.
That's why I'm gonna try my damnedest to make sure every single one of you gets out. Not just because you're good foreigners, but because it also is essential for me.
You do not wish to fail. That's reason enough. I can respect it.
If I succeed, then I might actually be having a strong hand in the village at some point. Who knows?
Indeed.
Dreaming big already.
Hey, how else am I supposed to be able to do anything I want around here?
Want us to prove themselves worthy. Now, just as Lord Yorm's blunderbuss, take care. This is a good weapon. Elven made. High elf imbued, wood elf craftsmanship. It's called the Sword of Echoes. He resheaths it. Do not lose it.
Don't worry, I'm gonna make sure all of your gear is cataloged and it's gonna be piled up somewhere in here in the cellar.
Understood. Well,
It will be taken by individuals over there. And I do know that absolutely it will go into the storeroom. What I haven't told the Patriarch is whatever they seem to have in the storeroom seems to go to a black market of some sort. I don't know what kind though. They seem to sell it because they keep it. They have such a specific ledger for it all though, because everything is perfectly documented. The quality of the item, what they think it is believed to be, what it is capable of, where it came from, etc. And then they haul it all up onto carts, and it's gone. So I do know that it should be unharmed, and it should all be in the same place when you need to go get it. I'm just gonna make sure it's all in bags ready to go, though. But you actually do see that he makes sure to basically get several burlap sacks, and he puts any of your gear that he can in the sacks, and he ties a very firm knot around it all. So he kind of lines them up against the far wall that seems to be into the darkness of the cellar. You promised me Blunderbuss will be fine. Yes, I've said so multiple times. It's one of a kind. Just let you know that.
Alon pats your arm on the shoulder.
I'll pat the
We'll
other
get it
one.
back.
We better get that Blunderbuss back, or I will make sure I get it back come hell or high water. I'll knock the whole mountain down on him if I have to.
I know you will. I know you will, my friend.
Maybe he'll make you blunderbuss 2.0 the second.
I'll name it Junior.
Come now. Don't think nobles call this son Junior, but
It's not gonna be Yorm 2 or Yorm the second. No, the blind was just gonna be called Junior. Then when I say, that's it, I'm gonna be hitting you with Junior. They're all gonna quirk a brow, they're gonna be unprepared. And then they hear the thunder crack of Junior. No good dwarf doesn't name their weapon. Aqua just kind of shakes his head at all of this. Well then, that's all said and done. Alright, here's the manacles. You notice that all the manacles are actually connected by chains, so essentially you would all be walking in step.
Yeah, chain gang.
Essentially, yeah.
Before I place the manacle, there is something I have to do first for you. This is a sting operation, therefore, since in the temple order, we will recite quickly our vow of mission. And Delon just quickly goes into a few words that is really old common. Probably not very, basically Latin, if I had to give like a term. And then he finishes there.
Aqua just kind of blinks at it in confusion, but nods. Ophelia actually smiles at what you said, though.
Mm-hmm. He see that he kind of blinks. He doesn't know. It's like, you wish to know what I said later? I'll tell you after we come back.
I like the confidence. And yeah, sure. You could tell me, but he actually like taps the cellar roof. You know, you didn't tell me. Alrighty. So he connects the manacles to all of you, and then he counts you all, and then just kind of like shrugs. I'm just going to assume that all of you can cast spells. And then he basically gives you all a bandana to gag you.
yeah.
Alright, follow my lead. And he takes the lead of the chain and begins walking further into the darkness of the cell. Basically, the cellar seems to change from the wood of the cellar and the stone to eventually getting a bit wet and muggy, almost like a muddy carved tunnel, until you begin to see a light, a very dim light, at the end of this tunnel. And you hear little splashes on your feet as you come. As you approach it, you find yourselves at the end of a fairly recently dug out tunnel, which leads you into which leads out into the forest near the castle walls themselves. Aqua stops, however, at the mouth of the cave and slowly parts the opening, looking around. He eventually lets it fall back, raises the hood over his head, which you notice is a gray hood. Reminds you of cultists you've come across before. And then, with a small yank on the chain, he begins leading you through towards the castle. You notice that he left you, the bandana gags you, but it covers your eyes, but it's see-through. So he's basically allowing you to know how you're going through here. But most wouldn't know that it's see-through. You can tell that that the moon is extra bright tonight, like ridiculously so. It is as bright as daylight. And every once in a while, you swear that something is moving in the trees, as if it has a massive arms, and every movement it takes shakes the very ground. Aqua doesn't bat an eye. He actually keeps his head down and just keeps walking. Eventually, you come to a large old castle with cracked and weakened walls It looks like there would be some ramparts for men to be on top of, but they have been long since eroded or destroyed by what seems to be some sort of from a siege that may have happened at one time. He then waits there, and he takes out what looks like a small, what some of you might recognize as an ocarina. He plays a specific tune. An ocarina tune plays back from somewhere in the keep, and the drawbridge slowly lowers. The bridge itself looks so musty and just weak that it looks like it shouldn't even be working. But once it's down, he leads you all across, and you notice that the gears that would raise and lower the drawbridge are new. The wood is old. Somebody seems to have repurposed it a bit. Finally, he's stopped as a red-cloaked figure walks up and looks to all of you. You are late for your lessons. Yes, I'm sorry, masters. But I was on my way here when I found these individuals. They were wandering lost in the woods. They're not from here after all. And so I decided to sneak into their camp while they were wandering around and steal all their gear. I kept it for cataloging, and then when they fell asleep, I chained them all, so that we might have some more prisoners. Searching for extra credits. Acknowledged. Leave them with me, and I will make sure that they arrive at the prison cells. Master, if it may be, may I lead them to the prison cells with you? I wish to learn more. Eager students go far in our society. He actually steps really close to Aqua, though. However, over-eager students die young. Yes, Master. Aqua then is allowed to basically lead you all to the prison rooms with this Red Magus following, leading the way. For context, the Red Magus looks like... Hold on. I will move you all to the... I believe here. Yep, here we go. It's not showing on my end. There it is. Rodmagus is wearing brown gloves that look old and whittled. His hood seems to hide every single bit of his face entirely, and the cloak that he wears covers his entire person. Eventually you are led through, and you can barely make out a Red Magus informing multiple individuals on arcane arts of some sort, who all nod and mumble as if in unity. Eventually you are led to individual prison cells before they are slammed shut. Now return to your studies. Yes. With that, Aqua leaves. The Red Magus stops at all of you as he stares, looking long and hard at you all, curious. He nods and says nothing else, and leaves. As you all remain bound and gagged in your cells, you find that eventually, as you're kind of in your cells, that there is a lot of old hay that's pretty scratchy and itchy here. There's no beds, and you see rats kind of walking around here and there. So, what do you do, party? Your gags are surprisingly loose.
Well, first of all, removing the gag. Then I'll start with my plan. Asking Yom to come a bit closer. Then, like, the corner of the room, like, say right there. I mean, assuming Yom is with me, right?
He is. You have all been
Right.
basically broken up into small pairs and put in individual cells.
Right. Well, I don't need a spellcasting focus for that.
I love the announced that. Like, I don't need it.
And so, using the two manacles, I'll be making a mole with those, if allowed to.
Nice. I will say make a history roll.
Uh-huh. History, don't fail me. There you go.
Very nice. So you're making a maul, you said?
Yeah.
Let's see.
It's made, well, with like 10 gold pieces. With.
Yeah, it's a heavy two-handed weapon. Does 2d6 bludgeoning. Alright, I would say yes, you were able to make one of those. Using both the
Alright.
manacles. Essentially,
There.
both your arms are free and you now have a weapon.
There, once it's done. Boop. Now it's a mole plus 1.
Nice! Very nice.
Come on, my gods. Yeah, once it's done, we'll just look at Yorm and say, well, thankfully didn't hear any of it. So we just sit tight and wait for the distraction now.
Right. Meanwhile, with Delon and Eleanor. Eleanor kind of maneuvers her head a bit so that her gag falls down. I might be able to cast a spell if I were to try to. You could easily just bite through your gag, actually.
Yeah, that's Lily. I was trying to do something cool like that. Oh, nope, sorry. I'm trying to move it, but it won't. That was an accidental dragon claw.
That's alright.
Oh, but it's a crit, so whatever. Like crossbow. Yeah, I'm just gonna say, like, I really either pull the things off or I just bite right through.
Nice. So you bite through your gag. Just it immediately turns to fabric and ribbons, essentially.
And then I don't even waste the spell. Gently move her hands apart. Bite down, break. It's back metal.
Breaking the manacles will take a strength roll, if you wish to
I will
break
do
them.
so.
All right.
Please.
Roll strength.
Yeah, I'll do so. One thing I'm good at. One thing I'm good at. One thing I'm good at. Whenever my sheet wants to load, please. Pure strength. I just roll strength.
You basically roll athletics.
Oh. Okay. Do you want to take
roll
the strength?
roll athletics, and I'll take whichever's higher. I believe they roll the same.
24.
24. They roll slightly the same, but yes, 24.
There's one more thing I want to do after that. So once you've finished with downside.
Nice. So, Delon, you managed to, I would say are you attempting to bite her manacles, or are you attempting to break them with
I was trying to be a bit
your hands
quieter.
or something? Quieter?
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's basically hand snap.
Yeah.
Because then just biting down. I was able to do so quickly because I can just muffle it under my own. With her, it's a bit.
Yeah, so you managed to immediately bite through the cloth gagging you. And I would say with the 24, you very quickly and very easily break the manacles that are holding your hands together. If you wish to break Eleanor's, make another roll.
Okay, I can do that. In the meantime, what do you want to do, Rem?
Well, I wanted to ask, like, what's directly outside of the cell?
Directly outside of the cell, you can see rats kind of moving around. There seems to be a few boxes that just seem to be empty They seem to be old, like very old boxes and barrels and stuff. Like where you're in seems to be a prison, seems to have been turned into a prison cell because the bars are new. However, everything else here feels old. This feels like an old storage room or something. I would say from your position, Gildas, you could, with your passive perception, see a little bit outwards, and you see that there, through these bars, you can see that there is another, like, heavily barred door. And through looking through at the angles, you can see, like, some tables with some plates and stuff on them, and an old, musty red carpet with, like, holes and all the like in it. This seems to be some sort of living space of some sort. Some sort of hub that would have been for perhaps some sort of guard area if you were to use your history knowledge of like castles and the like to kind of be like, this might have been a barracks once or something similar.
Yeah, why not? 10.
Good enough, actually. So yeah, you can actually see that currently there seems to be some red cloak on the outside of the door.
Mm-hmm.
Do you wish to
So,
attempt to eavesdrop?
well, yeah, if you ask him, then yeah, I suppose I will. But like, what I want to
Like,
do
why wouldn't I?
first, because like, there's something I want to do, but like, I'm kind of worried because like the wizard, like, I'm not sure if they walk around like detect magic up all the time. But what I wanted to do is basically, if something happens, right, they have to enter and like take a look at our cells and all that. It's like, considering you have like a bunch of boxes and all in the corner, cast mage hand and hide it behind the boxes. So that way, if they go to check upon us, I can just steal the keys as they walk by, right? Like do something with that.
That could be interesting. Could work.
So I shall do that because this is the only spell I can cast without focus.
Yes, you know it inherently, so.
So yeah, it's for posterity's sake.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Afterward. Oh wait, it's only for 1 minute. Well then I'll just prepare the spell then.
Sounds good, so you can
And
use it when
cast
you
it
need it.
that way, yeah, right. And then I'll eavesdrop.
Alrighty. So, make a perception roll to eavesdrop.
Oh yeah.
What
Oh,
the
damn,
hell?
That's a 2. I rolled a 2.
Gildas has some lint in his ears. It's so dusty in here. Can't hear very well.
I feel naked.
uh,
I don't feel powerful. Anyway, yeah, well, that's pretty much.
Alright. So
Like
with a
every
12, from in here, they're talking kind of quietly, but I would say that you can hear a bit. So while actively listening, you hear one of them say something that they seem to be talking, and you hear one of them say, "I believe that one might be Ophelia." The other seems to pause for a moment before speaking as well. "Indeed, the stars truly shine on us this night. We will be sure to give the boy exactly what he deserves. His just reward."
Hell no, they're not touching him. Unless they want a mole in the face.
from I would say with your passive perception though, you hear something a little down the way. You hear struggling, followed by someone muffled and someone being dragged somewhere.
Uh-huh. And the mysterious 11th student. that we can't see on the map. So I counted. I only see 10, assuming those are the one.
That is 10. There is an 11th one here, but they're on a different map essentially.
Uh-huh. Well,
But
so
make I could say from your position, you see as the muffling and the struggling is coming from what seems to be a woman in a dress, as a red figure is dragging her out of the area.
shit. Do what? Fuck it. I got my mission ready, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's in range when they pass by. Well, like, we're waiting for a distraction anyway. So how about I make it? Cause, you know,
By the way,
well,
Dolan, the 22 for athletics did break her manacles.
let's see.
Cool.
Might be a stupid thing, right? But in character, like, you sure there's a plan, but I can't really let this go. So that's
You do what you gotta do.
stop me if you don't want me to do that. Cause I'm a Joe is everything. It's all up to you.
Oh
Don't do
Lord.
it.
Oh God. So we can't, like, honestly, if they drag away, we don't know where the hell Ophelia's going, and we're just gonna wait
Yeah.
for wherever. We don't have our weapons though, so this is gonna be really tough.
Yeah, it'll be difficult because there is a lot of people on the map. If you wait for the distraction, though, and it's heavily implied, it will draw lots of their attention.
I think we probably should wait, honestly.
Because if anything, what I do will only bring
Mhm.
attention to me. And I have your own with me anyway, so you can stand in ambush. So, if anything, if I'm the one being dragged away afterward, we can figure something out.
If
So
you
it can
want
be
to
a
do
sim-
that, if you
Yeah.
want to do that, and you want to be dragged away, and Delon, and Bob and Eleanor will be on this thing, and you're being dragged to another side of the map, we can do that, but that's splitting the party, and we won't be in
Yeah.
trouble.
But
Yeah, and
to
you're
be
deep in
fair,
enemy territory.
you
Yeah,
have
bro.
Bub, but like Bub has world shape.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
he's probably the best off, like, of them.
No, he's the best off out of all us because
Yeah.
he didn't carry anything. But
Like, no,
I'm,
that's a
okay,
yeah.
yeah, because really, look at this. We have three red mages right here, just three right in front of us. 4 in the main chamber. Then we have 2 skelly buoys in the guard room, 3 skellies in another room, and one being dragged to Ophelia being dragged to the north exit, presumably with more baddies.
Yeah.
We are deep in enemy territory. Honestly, realistically, there are probably about 40 to 45 enemies in this entire castle. Considering a fortification requires at least 300 plus just to run a castle efficiently, honestly, even a garrison would need at least 300 people, and that's pretty thin, all things considered. A well-oiled garrison and castle needs at least 300 people, maybe to 500.
As you can also easily see, this place is left dilapidated on purpose. So they're not running it cleanly. They're just kind of like using it.
Right. They want it here to be whatever. Honestly, I trust Ophelia. She's being taken advantage of the moment. I understand what you want to do, but if we go in gung ho, we have not our weapons on us, and we'd have to fight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 enemies. 9, 10 actually, 10 enemies and youngbloods that we haven't even yet.
Yeah.
It's kind of a bad idea.
Yeah, that's a problem.
It's a risky one. We might pull it off. I'm not saying we won't, but we're looking at like a 30-70.
Yeah.
What you can do with Mage Hand, you could do something about as she's going using Mage Hand to do something in her bindings. Maybe you
Yeah.
can unhook her bindings so she may be gagged, but she won't be defenseless when she's being
Yeah,
dragged.
I suppose that based on like what Marshall could allow me to do in
Yeah.
that small time frame.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, so yeah.
given the angle and all that, it's gonna be a bit
Mhm.
hard.
True. Oh yeah, so something else of note. One of the guards in front of the cell here has been repeatedly tossing a bag of coins up and down as he's been speaking with the other one.
Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah.
He was the one that said Ophelia's name.
Hmm.
Well,
Interesting.
what I can do is, yeah, maybe you unhook the bindings a bit. But by the time they go there, I can just. Oh wait, no, I don't have the bindings anymore. But doesn't matter. Honestly, use like it's dark enough. I mean, it's not really lit up, right? Cells.
It would be a castle facility, and consuming they want this to be dilapidated. It's probably maybe has one or two sconces per big area. Not very well lit, all things considered. And it's dilapidated, and they're dragging a bag
So
across the ground.
what I'll do then is that
Unless I'm told otherwise.
I'll do my mage hand thing.
Yeah.
Make the bindings a bit loose. Well, going on pure gut feelings, because with like the just manacles and all that. We'd already worked with those. Then
I mean, even a
what we'll
mage hand
do
just.
is use the haystack with the
Mm,
mole in it to hide it. We'll motion Yorb to fake sleep.
mm.
You know.
Oh,
It's like,
okay.
then like we'll both be sleeping on the hay,
I mean,
like on our bellies essentially, because like
mhm.
it's really the only comfortable way you can use. And
Even with the mage hand, you can. Their mandibles usually have pins in them. You could pull at least a pin or some out.
yeah.
That would extra loosen at least to get one hand out, and that's enough.
Mm-hmm.
She'll wield that scythe, motherfucker, and she'll summon allies.
Yeah, basically. So yeah,
Oh,
would that
Ophelia,
be
you go,
fine then,
girl.
Marshall?
Mm-hmm. So you wish to use Mage Hand to attempt to weaken her manacles that she has, correct?
Yes.
Alright. So you will have to make a sleight of hand roll.
Where is it?
Hey, you got a bonus for that.
Yeah, got +2. Oh right, no, I don't have my bonus anymore because I'm naked.
You technically
No,
have the
but you have
necklace
her
on,
mark.
though. You have the necklace.
You have
Oh
the necklace. The blessing of Bridget.
It does. But what's the bonus again? +1. Okay, and I have inspiration anyway. So let's go. Sleight of hand. Inspiration.
Oh, inspiration,
I don't
baby.
That
think
was the
it's very well.
quickest inspiration I've heard this campaign so far. Inspiration, instantly.
But dude, you see that like critical moment. It's like, oh fuck
Mhm.
that.
No,
That with
no,
critical
I
moments,
understand. Trust me, I understand. Alright, so with the 15 Gildas.
No, 16 rather, but yeah.
Well, the 16, yes. With the 16 Gildas, as you cast Mage Hand, as you see Ophelia being dragged off, she is gagged with a what looks to be a rope in her mouth. Her hands are tied behind her back, and her feet are also tied with manacles. Noticeably, she is kind of like throbbing around like a fish would, desperately trying to find any opening to kick this guy off her, essentially. Um, but you manage to, with a 15, you almost knock over a crate, which would have been the one, but you manage to barely catch it, and you pull your mage hand out, and you attempt to weaken the restraints, and you manage to get one pin.
That's something. But now they probably saw it because they're mages. So I'll say quickly, Yorm, like, we should get down on the haystack.
Yes. So Yorm
Alright.
immediately just lays down, and he
Who
feels
was-
something stab into him for a moment. While he's rummaging around for it, he gently holds up what looks to be a lockpick, but then puts it back underneath him.
Well then, yeah, I'll lay down like a sack of potatoes on the haystack with the mole below it. And yeah,
So you
straight.
actually, so I will have these two individuals head up. And out of the way. So, shortly after you do that, you actually hear one of the Red Magus um, shift one of his feet. Did you see that? The one tossing the coin, seems to from the movement of his cloak, it's almost like he's shaking his head. Nope, didn't see a thing. You need to brush up on your spellcrafting then. I'm going to go in there and rough up the clientele. The one tossing the coins catches the bag, turns to the other. Please, allow me. You know how I love greeting the clientels. You sicken me. You take joy in it. What can I say? Someone's got to do it. Cloaked figure comes in and actually just kind of places. You see, as the cloaked figure hooks the bag of coin on his hip. When he does so, you see a silver rapier on his hip
Mhm.
before his cloak moves back into place. Hey, y'all in here doing something you shouldn't be? Suddenly, there's a really hard kick on the metal door. Wake up! Don't make me have to treat you real nicely. See, he says this, he immediately, with expert dexterity, flicks a dagger out of his pocket. It's dangling on the tip of one of his gloved fingers. I'd wake up if I were you. I don't want to have to cut it out. I will cut the truth out of you.
Unfortunately, Yorm and I are brutally heavily sleepers, so
He kicks
not a
the door
haystack for us.
again before pocketing the knife again. He seems to put a hand on his hip, as if narrowing his eyes at you all. He walks over to the crate, reaches in, and throws a rat into the cage, one on each of your heads, essentially. The rats are wiggling around on your heads and in your hair. Then one bites each of you, essentially. You have been bitten by the rats. If you wish to remain miming sleep, you will have to make me a roll to do so.
Uh-huh. Well, do we?
That is the question, do you?
I mean, it's pretty clear who that is. So I'm like, come on, Joe, you should be able to see who that is too. Like, where'd you charade? You damn traitor. So, no, I'll just say, because, gagged, but like, not really. So, like,
Mhm.
well, but like, I don't want to get up. Perfectly.
So, hearing the noise, his hand was in the crate again, and then he just seems to take his hand out of the crate. Good, you're awake. If I had to throw another rat on you, I would have assumed you would have been dead. We would have had to toss you into the moat. It'd be a shame to toss a chained man into the moat, now wouldn't it?
Mhm.
Now I don't really know why you were messing around with magic in here, or how. But if I have to come in there and figure out how and why, let's just say you both are quite hefty looking. You might leave with a few less pounds on your body. He then makes his way over to the southern part of the cell. Well, look at y'all here. A white dragonborn and a beautiful high elf. Gotta say, we really hit home with you all. Seems to be using Eleanor's old token, actually. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yep, we've been using her old token for a while, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, no. It's just that, this one here should be using her new one, but it's not. Here we go, I'm gonna...
And I think the issue already came up like once.
It's
or
happened
twice.
before, yeah. Most of
Yeah.
the time, though, it's not been that bad. There you go. I'm gonna
Yeah,
delete
getting
this
all the
one.
layers and stuff.
Yeah. I think it's this because I made this map, before I changed her token. I made this map a while ago.
Just have it like be like Bev's white sheep. Like three different Eleanors.
Alright then. Such a beautiful princess like yourself, and such a... Why, someone like you I'd expect to be a chief or something. Not some lout to be chained up in our little lovely establishment.
Well, you're clever people. Sneaking into our camp when we were asleep.
And your gags were loose. Though there's not much point gagging a dragonborn with a cloth. I'm gonna have a talk with that boy. As he says this, he reaches onto his hip and starts tossing the bag of coins again.
That's a one side already.
What was that?
Can I roll insight?
Yeah, you could easily.
I told her
Honestly, you
story.
could have just said you wanted to at any point, essentially.
Okay, I just wanted to know.
Yeah, you're good. 18.
18.
Delon, you recognize the silver rapier on this man's hip, and this man, you have a very strong feeling that this is Tulio.
Hmm. What was the last thing he said, by the way?
He said that it was very foolish of them to gag a dragonborn with a cloth.
Right.
He's gonna have a word with the boy about it.
Mhm.
But he also said that he expected you to have been a chief or something, not wasting away in our lovely establishment.
Yeah.
And he called Eleanor a princess, essentially.
Right. Delon's gonna stare at him for a moment, and then it dawns on him, rapier and stuff, and the way he's moving his hand with the coins and everything.
I'd say
Then-
both of you should sit tight. Because if you keep misbehaving in here, we're gonna have to make sure that you learn not to misbehave. The clientele hate uncooperative servants.
Do they?
He actually pockets the coins again, showing the silver rapier once more. As if, which none of the others seem to be trying to show any of their items, so. Oh yes, they hate uncooperative servants. So he steps out. And Goldos, you hear him say, I think I did a good job in making sure that they know that further misbehavior will lead to corporal punishments. You do like to showboat about it, don't you? Well, like you said, I enjoy my work. You sicken me.
Delon's gonna glance over and whisper quietly to Eleanor. I know, I recognize that guard.
Eleanor leans over, whispering as well. You do?
There's very few men who carry a certain weapon and mannerisms as similar to that. I believe we found our missing swordsman.
What?
As I thought, he was picked up by the Red Magnus. And he's went once more into the ranks. However, look at the body language. The way he tossed aside, showing off his hip, his weapon, tossing his coin, his language.
Is he trying to tell us something?
He's trying to, if I had to guess, he wants us to know it's him. I think. I think we need to be ready for a distraction.
I see.
I
Well, then
prepared something to follow you.
wait for it. I'll prepare a spell. Delon, I'm going to make sure that you are hasted.
Thank you.
That way you should be able to move quickly and be more difficult to handle. I imagine Dragonborn moving incredibly quickly towards them will be nothing that they can anticipate.
Delon noticeably cracks his neck as if getting into it. And Eleanor's probably rarely seen him get this battle ready. It's quite different than the other kind of battle ready she's seen.
When you lead the charge, I'll assist with any complementary spells I can.
Understood.
I pray that Tilio's not setting us up.
If he is, then he is chosen his destiny. Even if I would wish it otherwise.
Indeed. Yorm actually rolls over a little bit. Close one there. Didn't I tell you he wouldn't abandon us?
Oh man. I have to see what he does now.
Oh, come now. I recognize someone trying to tell us that he's gonna break us out when I see it. Who do you think's lit the lockpick in here?
Right. Just saying. We'll see. So, he did give us the sleep without telling us anything.
I'm sure he'll tell us all about it. Norm actually takes the lockpick, and now I will actually see how quietly he did this.
But very.
Very
yes, actually not
quietly.
bad.
So you
Yeah,
actually
not
don't
bad.
even hear anything. Norm just turns around to you with the biggest grin on his face. That's the shortiest fucking lock I've ever seen in my life. Ain't anywhere near as good as a dwarvish lock.
Dwarvish lock would have taken us a couple of days to get through.
This is real shoddy work here. Barely fit the lockpick in the tumbler just rolled.
Well, if you think you can make your way down there, I think I've heard down a little more.
Think I'll try to sneak my way over there, yeah. Try to unlock their doors too. Still going with the 23.
I mean, I can
Did
always
you hear
just
something?
snore. Can always just snore really loudly to cover his steps, but
What was that noise in the cell? It was rats. Rats? Yeah, I threw some rats at the clientele in there. Why did you throw rats at them? To see if they were dead or not. Dead man doesn't. If a dead man is bitten by a rat, he screams. Few men truly like the feeling of a rat crawling around in their head. Why do we accept the loonies? Norm actually approaches your cell, gives a small wave, and holds up a lockpick.
Solana. Well, is it? Good luck, old sport. Nice. Look at them
And
rolls.
he immediately unlocks it. And I will roll another stealth to see if it makes noise. 'Cause these bars are not the most most well made. 13. So you hear like a little creak from the rusty bar a little bit. But Yorm does manage to unlock your cell. He does like wince a little at the creaking of it. And then this one actually is about to turn around. That's it.
Marshall.
I'm gonna make sure that
Right.
there's not doing anything in there. I'm pretty sure that it was just the castle settling a little. Castle settling. Really. Of course. Then again, they could be banging on the bars. Been known to do that, haven't they? Well then,
If you want.
perhaps you should go in there and be all disciplinarian.
Marshall, if you want to, I can always, like, when the creek happens, we'll perform a performance, right? It's like have a coffin theme by side of the prison.
You could do that.
Noise.
You could do that.
Yeah, so with the +1, that would be a 15.
Nice. So with a 15, how do you cough in such a way that it creates like a creaking on the bars as well?
Well, it was mostly to cover the creaking. More than anything. Well, you know. Well,
I got it. You start coughing and you
Yeah.
cough, and you kind of like grab one of the bars of your cell or something like that. Like that's what you mime doing. So if they look over and
Yeah,
just see you
like-
coughing, like trying to hold on.
damn right.
The one finally turns around and he sees you hold on to the bar and coughing, and then he quickly looks to the other one. Did you say you threw a rat at him? Of course, it bit him, I believe. Great, now we're gonna have to burn the entire cell. Don't worry about it. What's a little plague? You're lucky that you outrank me. And you're lucky I tolerate your bitching. Orm wipes his brow a little bit. He was sweating a little at the worrisomeness of it. Then he nods and whispers real quietly to you both. Terrible luck. Yorm will then make his way back over to the cell as if nothing happened. Alright. Their cell is unlocked. We should be ready to go.
Just need to wait for Aqua's signal now.
Right. Wonder when it will be. And as he says this, there is you feel a trembling that runs through the whole castle, and immediately, you see some dust fall and like a brick fall out of the castle wall that you're in, kind of a thing, as if something smacked into the castle.
Is this idea of distraction of goddamn siege? Yes.
Eventually, you hear shouting from down the way. Oni! Oni, right at the front gate! This cloaked figure actually takes a few steps forwards. An Oni? At this time? How? It must have been, brother. Yes. He must have failed his sigils. All of you, head for the eastern area. You will be kept safe there by the other brothers. Afterwards, once everything has settled down, we will return to the main chamber. Understood? Understood. With that, they all march single file, heading for the east exit. You lots, stay here, and make sure that nothing happens in here. We will head out. We'll leave the rest here with you. Make sure that the northern barrier is not lowered. Alright, I'll stand watch here with you. Please be my guest. As he goes to turn around to take his position, Gildos, you see as the rapier is drawn and stabbed right through his chest.
Uh-huh.
You... best... I know I am. As you are walking that way, Goddess, a ring of keys is suddenly thrown into the cell area. You hear the person who stabbed the other gentleman rush off towards the north.
Oh, mind if I do? I'll open the door.
What the hell? Man down! We have an assassin in our midst.
Or rather, unlock the door. Not open right now.
Alright.
Good.
With that, I am actually going to have you all roll initiative.
Boom. Like usual.
Geldos always rolling like god tier initiative.
I don't have ammo to slow me down, damn it.
Oh, for some... okay, there we go. Those loaded up really fucking slowly. Don't know why. They did. Hold on. I got a 21 on the cultist. 21-12. Okay. Hold on, I'm trying to clear the turn order of the old turns that I see up here on this. You probably don't see them though.
Nope.
Tony's being a little janky about it. There we go. It's actually these guys have the 21.
Oh, we had 2 haystacks in the room.
You did.
Well, luxury one.
So, just so I'm clear, any bite/claw attacks the lump could do is basically considered an unarmed attack.
A bite?
Rules. A bite or claw, considering, I mean, he has fangs, he's a dragonborn.
A bite would do like a D6 for you.
D6.
But a claw would do a D4. If you wanted to make like an extra attack, you would probably have to do one claw and one bite.
Fair enough. I'm just asking, just strength, attack strength, plus proficient, damage 1d4 plus strength, and that's it for the claw, and that's the same for the bite, but it's 1d6 instead.
Yes, it should be the D4 claw plus your strength mod plus proficiency. Use strength the attack roll plus proficiency with it. Bite would basically be the same, but it would be D6 base damage die.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I think I need a roll from
The
this.
gods.
Yeah, need a roll from this as well. I will select this one. Okay, I think that should be roughly everyone here. Alright.
I hate that I'm first in initiative. Because right now, I can't really go where I want to be. I have to take a detour.
Hey, man.
Oh, dude.
You could always delay.
Yeah,
Could have
but
ready in action,
well,
yeah.
But like, naturally, I'm gonna go there, right? Problem is, we're only 30. I'll just stop there. So like, those two just comes in. Got a fucking dogpile on me. However, I can go and like hit that dude. Problem is, if I go there, right?
Yeah.
I might just go down there. See, that's the issue. Like, the goal last in initiative anyway. But like, I need to move. So,
I love that. I love the token you did. Throw us off, Red Hood. Tulio, and you're like, yes, we know, we got it. With that, that's like, so if you ever seen like The Good Place, there's like one line where one character goes like, God, he's like, there was only a few. Is it? We were able to get the. We were only able to get the. You guys were able to figure it out. Well, we got the 4 or 5 that you did. He goes, I was doing 143. He goes, I did like 143. He goes, but I guess humans can only like. But most of that was like only things that things other than humans could see. So I guess it's not your fault. I was really nervous. So he's like doing a bunch of extra shit that they couldn't even notice because they're human beings. But he's just like, oh yeah, I guess there was only like 4 or 5 that you guys would actually like notice. But he was like, guys, I was really worried.
well, then again, thinking like, they're expecting an assassin, right? From over there. They're expecting a goddamn prisoner charging out there with the mole, right?
It's less likely for them to expect that, yeah. They assume the doors
Yeah.
are still locked. Each are still detained.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Well, got a spellcaster behind me. They all go before the other dudes. Fuck it. Charge, motherfucker.
Damn!
It's okay. It's the first attack of the round.
True.
Always like that.
Alright. So you charge out towards this this cultist right here. And actually, make me one more attack. Just cause like he doesn't know you're coming, essentially. say that you're attacking with advantage, essentially.
Yeah, that's much better.
Alright, so you hit him for 12. So how do you rush out with the maul and hit him for 12?
Well, as I unlock the door, I just swing it wide open. It's in like hearing them coming from down below. I just throw caution out of the wind and smack him right in the face. Whatever I can fucking hit. But this time,
Very nice.
just letting brute strength take over.
So you just rush out, letting your war chief instincts kick in, and you just smack him in the face with your maul, catching him completely unawares. Very nice. Alright. So Eleanor, I would say I'm actually going to have her turn on the order happen now, because she readied an action for when the round started, essentially. So her turn will be forfeited this first round. But you are now hasted, Delon. As right when your turn happens, you become hasted.
So I get basically double movement and crap.
Yes,
Double
essentially.
movement and you can act twice, yeah.
I could always attack twice anyways.
This makes it where you can attack 3 times.
Yeah! 5, 10, 15.
Haste for the sake of it. You also gain a bonus +2 to AC, which you're going to need because you're currently unarmored.
Yeah. 25, 30 feet. I'm gonna slash this guy. Same thing with him. So I'm gonna, because I got my full 30 movement very carefully, I'm gonna attack this motherfucker 3 times.
Alright. So you go ahead and roll.
2 claws and a bite.
Sounds good.
Hopefully I did it correctly.
Are you a damn random encounter? What is this? 2 claws and a bite.
Damn!
Damn martial monster.
Damn. And a bite.
Alright,
Got it.
those are all hits. Roll
Okay,
damage.
Cool. So, 16, 8. Another
16.
8. And lastly,
It's 21.
5.
How do you kill him?
Oh, wow. So,
That was 21 damage.
Delon's not playing around right
No.
He's been hit, so Delon rushes forward in a manner that is very different than has been seen before. Usually, when he's anytime he's fought in combat, he's been very careful. He's been very, even against against bandits, he was very careful. He didn't really took them seriously enough, but never. You could really tell he never really put his full effort behind it. He just rushes forward and almost, you can just see the amount of time and skill as a knight as he just rushes forward, completely focused on a target, and just the moment he gets beside Gildas with this extra haste, it's just this instinct you've never seen in Delon go, and he just gives 2 immediate slashes and then finally a bite on the neck, instantly killing the man before he falls in front of you, Gildas.
Very nice. Fatality.
When the
Alright.
boom got cold, the boom got so it is the lower man.
I think you still have about maybe 10 feet of movement. If you wanted.
Yeah. In addition, I think then he would get behind Gildas right over here, so that he can defend Gildas when shit's gonna happen.
Alright, sounds good.
So you're not completely boned.
Yorm's turn. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25,
Come on, shorty.
So Yorm
Right
comes
along.
out and he has his dagger drawn, essentially. Come here! Actually have Yorm make a, it would be rolling this, essentially. So, he's making such a show of himself that these two guards will target him next turn. It's like, it's a dwarf with a dagger. Yeah, okay, sure. Come here. Kick your shit in a bit. It's kind of a thing. Above, you see as the Red Magus sees and his fellow guardsman coming over. However, his eyes immediately narrow. You too, Tulio? What can I say? Tulio then just kind of throws the cloak off. Red's not my color. The cultist will then proceed to... One moment. Oh, they're whispering. Hold on. They're not supposed to whisper. Oh, that was for testing purposes. Here we go. Never whisper rolls there. Let me roll that again. So I'll have Tulio make a wisdom save. Then perhaps I can find a better color for you. Tulio's eyes widen, and he seems to mutter a counter incantation of some sort. As you see, his head looks almost like a rat for a moment before it just changes back. The Red Magus then proceeds to reach into his cloak and use a crystal of some sort.
Oh boy, they're back.
Tulio
can
takes
use a bonus
13 acid damage. Perhaps a bit of burning acid will humble you, Tulio. You're gonna take a lot more than to burn off my luster with just a little bit of brackish water. Eleanor's turn. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. That's 30. Eleanor will proceed to cast... Let's see. Cast at level 1. Eleanor cannot currently see the Red Magus, so she will gesture to this person here, as they will be taking 9 plus 14 is 23, 23 lightning damage. Whoa! Weird happened. That is way too zoomed out even for me. So I think I broke it. There we go. Tulio's turn. So, Delon, you and Gildos just see Eleanor cast a spell as a lightning crackling orb sails through the air and impacts the cultist in the chest as he just violently shakes with electricity for a moment.
So the
How's that
morale.
didn't kill him?
He seems to be severely injured, however, from that.
Oh, he's like 4 or 5 damage away.
Tulio does 23 damage to the Red Magus. As he takes a very notable stance difference, and in 2 incredibly quick thrusts, puts 2 holes into the Red Magus, which proceed to bleed profusely. The Red Magus seems to barely react, however, except for a narrowing of eyes that you can see beneath the hood. You attempt to kill me by severing my arteries, Tulio. You were trained well. Not well enough if you're still standing after that.
Based. Eh.
Fanatic's turn. That is not what I want. Hold up. Where is it? I need to draw freehand. No, draw circle. Yeah. So, one of the fanatics is going to... the injured one is going to cast Necrosphere.
Oh boy.
.20-foot radius, so, that's 15. Make a con save.
One off, really? What is this?
Who else needs to make a con save?
You, Eleanor, and Yorm. Eleanor
Okay.
failed.
So for some reason my HP bar isn't lowering. Thing.
I see it lowered on my end.
Yeah, I don't see it on
Now
my
your
end.
HP bar is gone.
Yeah, it's
Oops.
okay.
Oh well.
Now it's back.
Right back.
So 30
Yeah.
damage to necrotic.
Yeah,
So
30
I
necrotic
resist,
damage.
though.
You do, so you
But
would
I-
take 15 since you resist it.
Mhm.
Eleanor is down to 4 HP from that. Yorm takes 15. Because he saved. Let's see. And Delon took 15 because resistance. The other fanatic will then use
More necrotic sphere.
Oh, there we go. I can see the thing.
Old person. Oh, okay.
and he points towards Eleanor. So Eleanor needs to make a... She actually needs to make
Wisdom.
another con save, actually. Hold on.
Concentration, yeah.
She succeeds. You're still hasted.
Nice.
Let's see. Target must make a physical
Well,
saving
that
throw or be paralyzed. Yep, a wisdom save. For some reason, it doesn't have her actual wisdom save stat here, I think. It might actually be higher than that, I'm not 100%. We'll get back to that later, though.
She saves, she beats it anyways.
Yes, she actually does. his wisdom saving throws are lower than the other cultist here. So she succeeds. She's not currently held personed. Lastly, this fanatic will proceed to cast Spiritual Weapon.
Ooh.
So he
Wait,
basically
isn't
drops it
it-
next to you.
Is the necrosphere like damage like reductible by the necklace?
Actually, yeah, it would be reductible by that because they are evil.
Wow, there you go. 3 more HP.
So let's see, Gildos, I believe, with no armor on, I think that you're
Oh, it's like 10 plus 11. 10 plus 1.
10 plus 1. Yeah,
Just-
okay.
Well, I mean, it's like an armored AC, so it's 10 plus dexterity, right? Or is stuff like flat 10?
I think it's 10 plus your dexterity for most people who don't wear any armor, I believe. Like your dex mod. And since you're
Obviously.
having, I think it's like, I think you have like a +1 with it, maybe. Don't know.
My dexterity, yeah, I got a +1. That's it.
Okay, so that's 11. So you get hit for, let's roll damage.
Truckload of damage.
9 force damage.
9. It's a fucking bonus action anyway.
He then proceeds.
14.
I don't need to draw another one. Hold on. Forgot I didn't have my cursor selected. We delete it. There we go. He proceeds to make his way over to you. So he makes 2 dagger attacks.
Hey. That's a miss. And that's a hit.
Take 3 piercing.
Whee. No. Damage reductions are take nothing.
Yeah, actually, you do.
No,
I
really?
leave the damage reduction up to you to factor. Essentially, I'm just
Yeah,
putting
well,
faith in you to get it to do it correctly, kind of a thing.
And the spiritual weapon, yeah, should only be 6 damage as well.
Yes, so you would have taken only 6 from that.
Yeah.
It's okay, you'll get used to it.
Yeah.
Bub's turn. Bub proceeds to immediately, upon seeing Tulio, you just hear like a Tulio kind of from down the hallway. And Bub will. It's actually too small in here for Bub to be a giant elk. So Bub will. I'll have Bub turn into a bear. Actually. Why not, you know? Why not? Seems appropriate. So Bub will make 2, one with his bite and one with his claw. He does not have advantage, but he does have flanking. So that's 13 and 14 damage. So as Tulio stabs this individual, he just continues to showboat. Bub you just hear like the growling of a bear, like grizzly bear style, just as then like a bear's arms just reach through the grates and just rip the man apart. He actually turns to dust. Red dust. Bub will then step out, essentially. At the
He's
top
like-
of the
his
round,
big
you
bare
all
hand
feel an
just-
earthquake happen. Again.
His big bare hand just sticks to the bars and just gently, just hind legs step out.
So, I know it's a bit gamey, right? But
Mm.
spiritual weapon is a spell, right?
Yes.
You can only do attack opportunities with spell if you have Warcaster, right? So, if I were to move technically, the only attack of opportunity would come from that dude.
Yes.
Right. Is that your word as a GM, true, and the spirit of weapon won't trigger an attack of opportunity?
It will not as long as you stay within 5 feet of it.
Yeah. Because I wanted to move over there.
If you wanted to move over there, yeah, you would attack. You would get one from the spiritual weapon. Yes.
But it's a spell from that dude.
He would lose his bonus action next turn, essentially, but it would. That's what I'm.
Marshall, and you knew it. Well, then my second complaint is that why is something that should naturally be in the normal rule a fucking battle maneuver for the battle master?
I don't know. I don't know. That bothers the shit out of me too. This is why, personally, if you wanted to cast a spell in melee, I basically go, make a concentration check. I'm like, can you cast it in melee? Let's make a check and find out, you know?
Right. All you know is sweeping attacks as well, right?
Like, attacks that target multiple different people.
Uh-huh. It's a fucking battle maneuver as well.
That one makes a little more sense, considering how 5e is designed.
Yeah, but...
I would argue that if you have a two-handed weapon, you could attempt it if you rolled high enough, kind of a thing. Like, on your attack roll.
Unfortunately, spiritual weapons don't have any HP anyway, so what's the point?
True.
They just fucking walk it, doesn't matter, it's a fucking conjuration, whatever. Well, spiritual weapon is broken. I know.
It is, actually.
Added by level 2.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Spirit Guardian, Spiritual Weapon are broken. Yes, they're good spells.
Yeah, I don't know. Just fucking whack the dude, because I could just do that. Otherwise, I'll fucking die anyway.
That's okay, Gildos. You can lose your bonus action next turn to do it too. I'll let you do it.
Ooh, I love D&D.
Alright, that is a hit. This
9.
gentleman takes 9 damage.
Yeah, I guess my turn's over. Well, I guess I could just disengage whatever. Looks like move there, because that's the only place I can move. You
Sounds good. Delon, your turn. You are still hasted.
So I'm going. Does you want me to help you finish this guy? I gotta take care of these other two. I don't know. 5, 10. I guess that 10 here. I see now these two at first.
Yeah, you can attack either of them if you wanted. This one is actually bleeding profusely.
So, do I have to use all my attacks on someone, or can I use some of the attacks and then they die and then they can move on to someone else?
If you want to use a bite, and basically your bite is tied to one of your claw attacks. So if your bite and claw kills someone, if you wanted to make the third attack, you could do that with another claw, essentially, on a different foe. But if you did the bite, it would have to be on one of the same targets you already clawed.
Okay. I do a bite and claw on this dude, the one not hurt, and then a claw on the guy who is.
Alrighty.
Or I guess if I got above them, I would just like breath weapon, just die.
You could actually breath weapon still if you wanted.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. What do I need to angle?
You're basically right in front of them. The cone should hit them both.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna breath weapon them.
Just see a hasted dragonborn rushing at them. They think he's gonna claw, and then he just breathes fucking fire on them. Alright.
17 radiant. They need to make a save.
They do.
DC 16. On dexterity.
They both fail. So the one who's already wounded, is going to die.
And it's radiant.
And this one is going to take 17 damage.
Concentration check. Oh wait, no, he failed the whole person thing. I forgot.
He did.
Yeah.
Alright, so how do you kill one of them and severely injure the other one?
So Delon, taking a practical moment, sees both of them. Unable to make sure that he could finish off one with a bite or scratch, he just instead decides to use his breath weapon on his mouth, emitting a radiant blast that shatters and slams into both of them, hitting them with a powerful cone of radiance, piercing into him, finishing off the wounded one while doing significant damage to the other cult fanatic.
Very nice. So as you do so, your fairy fire has revealed a wire.
Ooh. A tripwire.
A tripwire in the doorway that you are standing directly in front of. You have not tripped it, but your fairy fire has revealed it.
Huzzah.
Alright. Yorm's turn. So Yorm is actually going to see, can he reach that guy? 5 yeah, okay, he can. So Yorm is going to actually point at the one who hit you, Gildos, and has a spiritual weapon. You're a dead man. Will then come over, and I'll have him. I'm gonna roll the Elvish Hand Axe, but it's essentially D4. Just gonna have 2 less damage if it hits. That is a hit. 12 damage, I believe. No, wait, 2 less damage, so 10 damage on him. Because Yorm is, hold on, let me check real quick about that on Rangers. Just need to make 100% sure if they have access to that or not. I think they do at this point, but Yorm usually doesn't get to do it. Yep, he does. Cool. So, one more. Yeah, shit. Roll 20's being special today. Un momento, refresh. Hold on. It is being special today. There we go. That was a hit. Alright. That is, once again, I believe... Yep, cool. So he will take another minus that much. So Gelda's just, you just see as Yorm lays into this dude, and he just seems to be hanging by a thread.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully someone finishes him. Hopefully.
Let's see here. So... A red Magus has returned from off-screen, and he sees things happening, and he actually begins muttering an incantation. Eleanor's turn. Oh, my sheets are gone. Lame. I have to open them all again. Eleanor, Tilio, Yorm, Ophelia, Bub. Red Magus, Fanatic, Cultist. Alright, so it's Eleanor's turn, so she will proceed to cast. She already used one of those. Oop, go ahead, bring that down. She's going to cast Eldritch Blast. Which, due to flanking, is a hit on this dude. So one beam kills him. The other beam she shoots at this guy, as he takes... Let's see... Okay, he takes that much damage. Tulio's turn. Tulio uses a cunning action to dash. He then actually jumps over the chirp wire, just on instinct, stops next to essentially this guy, and he's going to stab him. Alright, he's actually flanking him. Hold on. It's a sneak attack. Let me roll sneak attack damage. Cool. So the dude right in front of you, Delon, is now dead, as Tulio immediately, with perfect poise, thrusts his rapier into his jugular, causing him to grab his throat, fall to his knees, and die. Tulio then sheaths his rapier and will proceed to shoot the Red Magus with a crossbow, because this is not Pathfinder, and I am not caring about sheathing weapons as an action. Just fuck that.
Ooh,
He takes 30 damage.
30 damage.
Chief, we need to stop him from doing that. He's gonna bring the whole fucking castle down.
What are they doing?
Oh, what are they doing? Well, Chief, I'd love to explain more, but I really want to get these bastards dead and buried before I explain more.
Agreed. Move forward.
See,
Welcome
Bub
back.
turn. Bub having a bad initiative is on brand.
It is.
See.
Coming, guys.
I'll be behind you. And then he tripped the wire. Because he's a damn bear.
Do you wish to inform Bub of the wire? Otherwise, he's going to charge straight for the Red Vegas.
Yes. Bob, there's a wire. Stop.
And he will like stop and kind of like stop. He'll like raise and lower his little bear legs a little moment and kind of like to stop his momentum, but he will stop. So Gildas, your turn.
Well, I heard there was a wire, so...
Right in front of Delon. He made it obvious.
You can see the wire. You have passive perception 20. Fairy Fire is also revealing it.
So I'll just go there. But before doing my thing, just look at Tulio and say, Tulio, what did they bring Ophelia to?
Northern Chamber. It's got a magical barrier on it. We're gonna need an item to lower it.
And where's our gear?
Gear should be in the storage chamber, right down to the south. Either that, or so they might have some of it in the guard's room. I'm not actually currently informed of where they've been holding it all in.
Got it. Then, yeah, it's an open space, right?
Oh yeah. There clearly used to be pillars here, like here, here, and here, but they have long since like fallen and crumbled.
Yeah, I'm just throwing my dagger at the dude who just got hit by the crossbow bolts.
Nice. So he takes 4 damage. As your dagger impacts into him, it stays inside of him now, And you see as he bleeds crimson, but he continues his incantation. Delon.
Well, that's my turn.
Well, this is right Magnus. I'm assuming the wire's gone now, so I still have hasted, right?
You're still hasted, yes.
Cool, wire's gone. I'm just gonna
The wire is there, but
beeline-
you can move over it quite easily. Now that since you know it's there.
Yeah.
You're not big like
beeline-
Bub, who can't physically is too big to walk through that doorway without tripping it.
Brr. Beeline. Is there anything in front of this I should be aware of that I must make a perception on?
Actually, yes. Make a perception roll.
Okay. Arguably, I could also just breath and whip at that shit again. Like, fuck you. Show me
could.
everything.
You could.
I could if I really wanted to, but it's a waste of. I only have 3 shots. Ooh, 10. That's not great.
I'll use your passive perception. So with the 12 in passive perception, you actually feel the ground beneath your feet feels weak, and it feels as if it's a bit springy, like it's like there's a trap door here or something.
Cool. I'm gonna avoid that then. Try to make my way to this D-bag.
Good thing that you brought it up, by the way, that you were looking for it.
Yes, I was. Now that I went one trap, I'm just assuming I'm looking for every trap now.
That is the good thing to do.
Yeah, basically. And okay. Oh, bite. Claw. Claw.
All right. The claws hit. The bite does not.
Okay. 6.
It's 11. How do you kill him?
Oh shit. This is before Delon makes sure here takes a look at his environment, brushes forward, still hasted, forward, and then 2 clean swipes, going specifically for the immediate kill strikes, slash side, then slash down, almost like beheading. Turns into dust, guy dead.
Nice. So once you do kill him, yes, he turns to red dust, his cloak crumpling into a pile beneath him. He actually drops no gear, nothing. He's just dust and a red cloak. So as soon as it's all happened, Tullian actually walks straight over here. He fumbles, he messes around with a mechanism, and you see the trapdoor, which would have been right here, open and close a bit, and then he makes sure that it's locked, essentially. Alright, you can move across now. Alright, Chief. To give you the lay of the land, up north there is a northern exit. It heads into the mausoleum. They're performing some sort of occult ritual down there. I know that for certain. That's likely where they took Ophelia. To the east is going to be another barracks area. It's going to head out. It should be an entrance to the moat which leads out of the castle. Through there. That's where you all came in. I reckon that's where they took the Youngbloods. Storage room is to the south. There's a main chamber with some ritual equipment and the like as well, where they were practicing their arts. Guard room far to the far east, just below the cell where you were held.
Okay. How many?
How many are left?
9.
Well, Chief, considering the majority of them are outside dealing with a horrible monstrosity that is attempting to tear the entire castle down, we're in luck. There should only be 6 more Red Magus inside, along with some fanatics.
Understood. We need to get to Our Lady's ship as quickly as possible and save the Youngbloods.
Then we're gonna have to go east. We're gonna have to head over there and find the key. There should be a totem of some sort, which will be used to lower the magical barrier to the north. We physically can't head into that northern exit without it.
Understood. Lead on. Oh, Montulio.
Yeah, Chief.
Welcome back.
He just gives a smirk. So he leads you all into the eastern exit, which would be right over here.
Don't we go to the storage room first to get our stuff?
If you wish to, that would be very smart.
Yeah, let's just do that now.
I'm gonna fucking do it, dude.
Yeah,
Alright.
everybody.
Like,
I was just saying, if you
I-
didn't say you did it, I wasn't gonna say
Yeah,
assume,
okay,
you know?
okay. Yeah,
It's
no,
it's
you
a very
said it.
it's one of those things that does need to be said.
Yeah, let's gear up, then head east.
Alright, so you get your gear. You actually find that some of your gear is in the storage room, namely
Mhm.
your weaponry. Your armor does not seem to be there.
it's okay, I'll need my weapons, my spirit, my holy focus. That's all I need. I don't give a shit about my armor for you. Because, like, all those spells doesn't fucking matter anyway. Like, you have, like, 20 EC, for your save, you take 30 damage, whatever.
You're dealing with the Red Vegas. What did you expect? They're just all spellcasters.
Yeah, no, that's why I want my fucking focus. So that way, the pansy ass fucking casting is gone.
Alrighty, so yes, all of you get your weaponry. Eleanor is actually going to drink 2 health potions. So the health potions that are on the cart are gone, essentially.
Well, I'm gonna
You alright?
do that.
She shakes her head, then proceeds to chug the health potions. Only then does she nod.
Mm-hmm.
Believe it's something like that is the macro.
1, 2, 3, 4. If I got time, I'm gonna do. Where is it? That on myself. See it.
Nice. So you heal for 6.
That on Dalan,
Oh, thank you.
myself, and Eleanor.
So 6 on everybody.
Nice.
Good.
Yorm will also cast. He'll use one level 2 spell for a healing word as well. That's 6 healing. Yorm will proceed to use it on you, Gildas.
That's another +6. Yeah, if I had prepared like my healing word, I could have used that, but I didn't. Because my ass wasn't expecting us to just go in butt naked. So I'm like, well, we don't need mass healing word anyway. Because we never do. So,
Alright, and so you said that you used aid on Eleanor, yourself, Yorm, and who
Dalan.
else? And Delon. Okay. Alright, Delon, so I'm going to do something on your token real quick to signify it. There we go.
Although it's only 3 creatures, so Yom isn't really included.
Okay, sounds good. I can
Unless
remove.
this cast is a 3rd level, but... I mean, I could now that I have, like, the highest... Well, yeah.
It's alright. Yorm's still got 42 health. He's okay.
Yeah.
Alright, once you're all geared up with your weaponry, Tulio nods. Alrighty. Eleanor, you got counterspell? Of course. Keep it ready. One good spell from these bastards can kill you. Trust me, I know. If you see them trying to summon something, stop them immediately. Save your counterspells for either Necrosphere or Summon Elemental. Got it? You're awfully bossy today. No lip from you! Got it. I believe there should be around 2, maybe 3 red magus in the east corridor. The rest should be outside.
Let me make sure we use tactics. You lead on. Your subterfuge, your skill. I'd also like to note, if you have hasn't already been concerned, Act of Mercy has been completely revoked. I am officially allowing any form of tactics.
Sounds good, Chief. I was gonna kill them all anyway.
Now you have my blessing.
Alright. So Tulio will actually head into the east exit first. He will then stop, come back, and one by one guide you into a small side room. This is also using Eleanor's old token.
Yeah, we're keeping the same initiative for everything, right?
Yes, you should be.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me copy that from here. For Eleanor. Copy. Go to here. There we go. And I will move you all over to the next map.
Cool.
So yeah, Tulio basically tucked you into this side room here. He then steps out. He's gonna make a deception roll. 26. Brother Montulio, whatever is wrong? What happened to your cloak? Why are you wounded? Up there, there's a prison riot. All the prisoners have broken free. They're killing everybody. I'm coming over here for reinforcements. Understood. Not long after, as soon as he says that, you also hear as the Red Magus who's been instructing them informs them to head into the far corridor. Brother Montulio, take one of these so that you can... And then shortly after, you actually hear a massive explosion from further up north, followed by what sounds like screams as people fall.
Huh.
Was that the prisoners, Montulio? Yes, it was. Alright. So, Yorm's turn. Yorm pops out immediately, and we'll immediately fire this.
Just an iteration. Don't know how to. I don't know if we don't have a turn order. Just let me know.
You don't?
Yeah.
I
was
see.
about to say too.
It's because it
Like,
was probably on the
speed.
other map. I'll read off
Yeah.
the turns when they happen, because I don't want to reset
That's
it.
all good. Yeah, that's all good, man.
So that is a 13 piercing damage as the Red Magus is immediately just hit with a fucking musket ball. Just massive damage.
All the castle will come to us. Get away with the silence, yo.
That's
It's
okay.
okay.
That's okay. There's been explosions inside already. With the earthquakes
Yeah.
outside, I really think they're gonna come over here. Fuck you!
Okay.
Indeed, the prisoners are rioting, Tulio. It is the Red Magus's turn. He will proceed to cast Misty Step. So he poofs 30 feet away. Yorm takes 12 acid damage. As a brackish crystal is raised aloft, and a stream of what looks like just the most putrid water erupts from the crystal and smacks straight into Yorm. Ugh, what the fuck is this shit? Yeah, it's the most. Oh! It's disgusting! Eleanor will pop out, but she'll take a step back so as not to block anything. I'll actually retroactively have Yorm also step back here, essentially, so he's not blocking the door. Eleanor is going to cast Firebolt. As the Red Magus takes 9 fire damage. Tulio's turn. Tulio will proceed to make 2 crossbow attacks on the Red Magus. Both are hits. As the Red Magus dies, as one shoots right into his forehead and the other one shoots right into his chest, he explodes in red dust. Bub will just rush out as a bear, essentially. Just charge right on out. Still in bear form. Gildos.
Well, there's only this one dude, right? So
Yeah.
we would know of. But we all know everybody else went to the northern exit. So well do I go there. And I know it's not technically not on the map, but I want, if I'm allowed to, cast silence toward the northern exit, so that essentially the radius stops right here.
So they can't cast spells from down the hallway, essentially?
Yeah,
I'll allow it.
and well, dude,
Very nice.
so yeah, and that should be my turn because that's the only thing I can really do.
So a cloaked individual steps out of the side room, and you see as he tosses something to you, Gildos.
I'll catch it.
You catch a small idol, which looks like a black dragon.
For the first time we see that.
Mm.
But yeah, I just assume that's Aqua, right? Well, it's probably him.
He just gives you a thumbs up and ducks back in, essentially. Delon.
Alright, so there seems to be one red Magnus left, basically.
Yes, that you can currently see.
I don't have enough speed to get to him, though.
True, even while hasted, you could only move, I think, up to 60 feet.
Yeah.
We can see him.
Not really. He's basically in a small room.
Right.
But out of game knowledge, you
Right.
would know that like he's there technically.
Tactics-wise, I think I'll wait across from where the bear is, with Delon putting his back to the wall, readying an attack.
Sounds good.
And then I have my weapons. I have... oh! Well, what am I doing? I can throw an Eldritch Blast if I really wanted to.
Can you
I don't
see
know
him
he's in
from
there.
there though?
That's true. I can't really see him. So, you know what? But I'll ready an Eldritch Blast.
Sounds good. Yorm will actually keep position, and he'll just ready a shot.
Alright, this time they won't hear him.
True.
Technically, the sound won't pass.
True.
Thing.
So, suddenly, the whole ground seems to fill up with water.
Oh snap.
Tulio's eyes widen, and he actually swears, "Damn it!"
Poor Yarm. He's like, not again.
Yorm immediately, with no hesitation, fires his blunderbuss. Just no. Just a massive no from him, essentially. And you all are flanking, so that is +1. Let's see. That is a hit. Give him just enough to make a hit.
Oh, only
8
8.
piercing.
2 ones. Damn.
Eleanor's turn. She'll actually step out of the silence to take a few steps in front of, not fully in front of you, but over here, essentially.
Well, I want the silence to end right here, so technically she's outside.
Oh, okay. So she will proceed to cast... Hold on.
Because, I don't want to silence my own people, right?
True. So she is going to cast a Eldritch Blast. Alright, that is a hit. That is doing 13 force damage to the creature. Julio will proceed to make a Silvered Rapier sneak attack, because you are flanking. Followed by another one. Let's see. 16 plus 17. 33, I think.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Bub will proceed to bite and claw. And miss both times. And Gildas.
Well, where is it? See, the perk of being first is actually this. That. You can just do that.
That is a hit.
Then whoever's next has advantage now.
Very nice.
So that's the end of my turn.
Alright. And Delon. So Delon, I would say that from your position, you saw the water swell from this hallway. It came from this area. It all came pouring out like a flood before materializing out here.
I'm gonna leave you guys to it. I'm just gonna take this guy out.
Go ahead.
Bert. I'm gonna hit a Reg Magnus. I'm gonna get up in his face and do like 3 attack with my sword of echoes.
Alrighty.
Let's see.
That's a hit.
So 20, 14
That is a hit.
and a 14.
Those are all hits.
Huzzah! First one did 12 slashing. Second one does 14 slashing. And the last is 14.
Alright. So it's 28 plus, that's 40 damage. So you actually, when you come in, you find that uh,
Mhm.
he has a sacrificial dagger in one hand, and his bare arm is actually extended to the other. His arm looks like it's made of red dust, however.
Oh wow. Oh, he's sacrificing himself in the spell. It's literally just made of magic.
So you
And
actually,
then,
when you come in, you kill him as he
Mhm.
wounded himself to summon this creature.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
So how do you kill him? With 3
Uh,
strikes.
come in, rushing in. I take my blade out. I slash middle, up, then head. Slash, 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 dead.
Very nice. So
All
with
quick,
that
precise.
done, oh, go ahead.
No, it's fine. It's all good.
Alrighty. So with that being done, you actually hear a whisper in the wind as you kill him. It's almost like a whisper. It's a whisper as the dust kind of blows out of the room. You cannot stop the inevitable.
We'll see.
All right. So those are the enemies of this room, mostly dead. The now that the master of the creature is gone, it wells up even bigger, as if in a frenzy. Norm will proceed to fire again.
That's a crit.
So as soon as it starts to swell up, Yorm he just fires his cannon, and he just says right after it hits, "Not on my watch." As it starts to swell, the hand cannon impacts it, and water just sprays throughout the room like it started raining in here.
David, enemy elementals.
It looks like I made a mess, everyone.
So as soon as it's dead, Tulio actually rushes straight into the room with you, Delon. His blade drawn, but when he sees the dust, he just nods, takes a step back out.
Mhm.
All right, Chief. Those younglings should be somewhere southern. Should be in the last chamber right near the moat. They currently should have no masters, so they should be nice and pliable.
Understood. Go search for a key. We're gonna need the item to remove the spell incantation.
Will do. Should be in this top room across the hall.
Understood.
And as Tulio goes to walk in, he actually pauses as he sees you with the idol. Never mind, Gildos has it.
Mm-hmm. There's my little
Excellent.
friend over there.
Tulio pops in the room, but Aqua seems to be missing. What friend?
Oh, the one up in the sky, you know.
Alright, those friends.
Mhm. I'm just gonna then head down and check on the young bloods.
Sounds good. So as you arrive down that way,
Mhm.
you find that they're just kind of wobbling, and every time an earthquake happens, they huddle and grab their heads as if to shield themselves from the blow. Before, when it stops, they just stand back upright and continue to kind of like, almost like in a daze, wobbling side to side, all in unison.
So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 10 of them. There's 11 in total. The 11th being Aqua.
Yes,
Assumedly.
assumedly.
Okay. So he's gonna walk up. Yeah, I'm assuming it's a mix of girls and boys.
Yes, they're a majority of women, but there are several boys here as well.
Mm-hmm. I will say in Sylvian, it's like a everyone listen.
So as you say this in Sylvan, they actually kind of like look up at you, and all in unison say, "Yes, master."
To quote that movie,
probably it was the whatever. To quote Lawrence Fishburne, "We're leaving." After all this, yeah.
So
He
as
was
you
gonna
say
say
to them that
we're
we're
leaving.
leaving, correct?
Yeah, we're leaving.
Where do we leave to, Master?
Your home, the village.
They simply stare as you say their home, the village. As if it doesn't register.
Okay. I'm assuming the rest of that exit is them get out there.
It leads outside. It says moat access.
Remote access. Okay.
So it leads to
And
the
we
moat.
were told that getting out there they would be met with. Is that where Aqua was told to meet everyone?
You were told that there should be access to the moat somewhere. That is your exit strategy, essentially. Should it succeed, your mount will be across the water. So you'll swim from the moat access, swim across the moat, and get to the land, and your horse should be there somewhere.
Yeah, a guy in half plate could have swum across the moat. It's fine, whatever. Anyone who wants to do a quick search of the area, by all means. We still need to get Ophelia, and
Yes.
honestly, these guys seem to be, weirdly enough, they seem to be like in the right. They're near the exit, anyways. So I don't know who
It's almost
who
like
wants
they
to
were
take
ready
them.
to prepare them to evacuate or something, just in case.
Yeah. But we got to them first.
Mm-hmm.
So, do we find our armor or anything around here? Maybe this section?
Tulio actually looks around several of the rooms before coming back with a few bags, which he just tosses into the main chamber, essentially. You hear hard rattling from armor and the like.
Cool. Alright, we'll go grab my armor.
Same.
Alright.
Uh,
Now that we're all
go on.
armored up and we have the key, we should be able to get to the northern entrance.
Tulio, do you know what happened to the young bloods? They seem to be under some sort of spell.
It's some sort of control spell or something or other. It has to do with the moon.
Can it be removed?
Yes, it can. At the moment, they'll follow the strongest official in the room. However, there are certain things they won't do if believe they've been informed not to by the one who cast the initial spell.
Understood. Well, let's go grab Ophelia and and take them all with us.
Sounds good. As long as another Magus doesn't show up, they should still be there.
Alright. Let's hurry. Let us make haste.
Tilia nods and rushes towards the northern hallway. As you make your way down that way, give me one moment.
Yeah, take your time.
So as you arrive, the entire area of this entire space is still on fire, and the trapdoor is open.
Well, shit.
Yeah, it's just fire, whatever.
Tulio just basically rushes right through it as well, essentially maneuvering around it. Because you can still move around it. It's just like clearly something blew up here and then people fell into a pit. So
Yeah. We're Oh yeah, that's what he did. Like they rushed off and then explosion. Smart guy.
So as you make your way to the northern area, you find that there is a magical barrier. You can see through it. You can palpably touch it. But it looks like brackish water that is materialized into a sort of magical, translucent, hard-like glass form. When you hold up the idol, Gildos, the idol actually glows a almost faint blackish green glow before it completely turns to dust and the barrier removes itself.
Alright.
They're single use.
Barrier's gone, so time to get head-to-head in, everyone.
Tulio nods. Alright, everybody, got everything you need? The remainder of the Red Magus should be up in the northern chamber. There's going to be a decent amount of fanatics as well.
Actually, hold on, Marshall. Was the scythe in the storage room?
It was not.
Oh,
It was the only
Okay,
thing
but-
not in there. Well, that and a book.
right. Because if it was, I was going to go back and take it, but it's
Mhm.
not there, so. It's
So they
probably
took
in the next
Ophelia's
room.
book.
And her scythe.
Damn. All right, y'all, let's get to it. We're almost
All right.
done.
Yeah.
So as you make your way towards the northern exit, the ground shakes and trembles again. And, you hear cries of agony and pain from outside, even though you're pretty deep into the castle right now. It's like someone's being ripped apart, or something like that.
Shit.
Dear Lord.
Actually, I forgot to copy y'all over here. Hold up.
Okay, we're invisible.
Grab Gildos, Delon, Barry, Bub. Let's see, am I missing anyone? No. Cool. Copy. Paste. Tully actually leads the way through here.
You forgot me.
I did. No, you're you're
Oh,
there.
no, yeah,
You're under
okay.
Delon.
No.
There you go. There we go. Sorry, Bear, Bub, and Delon too big.
Yep.
Bub will actually have to leave Wild Shape here. The cord is too tight for Bear. So as you step into this area, Tulio holds up a finger and proceeds to ingest a potion as he disappears entirely. Eventually he comes back, and as he arrives, you see him slowly, like, fading into view. Whatever he drank was a very short-term potion. Alright, so there's another barrier up front. Looks like we're gonna have to kill the Red Magus who are busy channeling for the protectional barrier. There's 2 fanatics on the left, 2 fanatics on the right, 1 Red Magus in with each of them that they're guarding.
Who's taking left? Who's taking right?
Leave that up to you, Chief.
Looks for me.
For some reason, my mobile Discord is just broken. It just keeps saying connecting, and it doesn't want to work anymore, so...
Yeah, well, let's use mobile.
But I'm sharing my whole screen. I don't want to show the entirety of the Discord call. Delon, hello?
Yeah, no, I got lost for a second. I just kept trying to tap it on my phone.
Okay.
Actually, I need to ask a question to Tulio.
Mhm.
Like, so Tulio, even if it's been channeled by the others, is there any other way to dispel it? I mean, what I meant to say is, would the dispel magic work?
No, it wouldn't.
Right.
They've spent a lot of time making sure that these barriers cannot be dispelled except by the way that they want it to be.
Hmm.
I believe that the process here should have 4 Red Magus that are channeling different spells. The first 2 are channeling a protection spell, and once they've been taken care of, the protection should lower, giving us access. There should be 2 more further in somewhere who are channeling a sort of, I believe some sort of summoning spell, perhaps. I can't confirm, however. I don't know what they're currently getting up to. They didn't trust me with enough information for that.
Well,
Further inside, though, I could see that they have 6 fanatics inside the main chamber. They have Ophelia laid upon an altar, and they're performing some sort of ritual. 2 Red
cannot
Vegas
allow
are
that to
performing said
continue.
ritual.
We cannot allow that ritual to continue. Let's make it haste.
Sounds good. So where are we going, Chief? Who's going left? Who's going right?
I'll take right. I'll take right.
I'll
Make
take
sure
left.
make quick work of those on the right hand side. Anyone else who wants to go on the left, be sure to make quick work on it.
Eleanor
see any
nods.
If we can see any exploits, if we can see anything in the walls. This place looks shoddy. It's like easily destructible. If we can allow it, we might be able to cause more mayhem and, who knows, perhaps even drop some of the surroundings upon them.
See, what's the farthest we can go without being seen?
I would say you could get to the corners before being seen. If you wanted to make a stealth roll, you could attempt to get to these corners without being seen. Like this corner. Or this corner.
Oh, this corner there is perfect.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, Gildos is going left, Delon's going right. Tulio will travel with Gildos. Bob will travel with you, Delon. Eleanor and Yorm are going to hang back for when the barrier drops, essentially.
Pepper that shit.
Alright. So you hear channeling from the left and right and further in. You hear incantations in a language that you can't really understand. But it sounds bad. It is Eleanor's turn. She will proceed to...
Does she want to ready a spell and then delay?
I think what she's going to do, because I think her haste is currently worn out by this point, she's going to use another 3rd level spell and haste you again, Delon.
Oh, damn, okay. The only bummer is I can't do like 3 Eldritch Blasts.
No.
I can't even do 2.
Julio is currently still hidden.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, from your perspective, Gildos, you can see that there is a floating weapon. Why is it doing that? Hold up. That's supposed to be circle tool. Delete. Not freehand. There we go. There is a floating weapon in the doorway.
Uh-huh. Alright, so preparation time, I guess, right?
Yes, you could if you wished.
So, I like it. I'm trying to think of something actually, because I'm like, could dispel the damn spiritual weapon, but like, how stealthy would that be, right?
They would immediately know someone's there, but they couldn't basically put it back up until their turn was there.
Yeah, well.
Do you wish to hang here for now? All have made great progress. If you wanted, we could pause here before the next encounter, essentially. Because I did actually just see the time.
Where do I go? What do you think?
I'm not sure, because I'm like, it'd be nice to get over this other with, you know,
Yeah.
then like, have the nice thing next session.
True.
Do you wish
I'm
to
up.
handle the barrier first and then stop as the barrier falls?
Yeah, I may as well, like, yeah, do the berry
Yeah,
first.
let's might as well do that.
Sounds good. So it is currently Bub's turn, I believe, after the Fanatics. Let's see, what can Bub do that could help here? Let's find out. Bub cannot do currently too much here. So Bub will essentially just hold action. So that leaves it to Gildas' turn. What do you think, Gildas? What do you want to do?
Well, I'm in withdrawal, right? So, move there, move there, move there. And then I guess if I move down there, it's like attack of opportunity on the two of them. Unless they don't know I'm there, which is unlikely because I just walked into the door. They're probably watching it, right?
They are watching the door, yes.
Yeah, so I fucking stop there, like, you know. Hold
I
on.
will say before you make your turn, Tulio actually raises up a firebomb and like quirks a brow.
Yeah, Gildus, maybe step the fuck back.
Like he's curious if you want him to throw a firebomb, essentially.
You fucking cat. I mean, I already threw like
Honestly, I would say
firebombs on
the
my ass. Like,
No,
I would
like he
say-
was
I
saying.
would-
I'll say that again, but like before you walk down the hallway, he's like he reaches in. And he's like, "Do you want me to throw one? I could." Like,
yeah,
do you
go
want me
ahead.
to open with that before you go in?
Yeah,
I mean,
I'll just nod.
I would say the firebomb for the other stuff for sure. Why not?
Like, might as well draw all the
Mhm.
attention on us at the same time. Holy shit, that's some shitty damage.
I will say that Tulio's stock of bombs actually restocked because he of what he's been doing currently. So he has 3 smoke, 3 fire.
Yeah, firebomb, and then yeah, I go in.
Sounds good. So the Fanatics will make a dex save. 1, 2. One fails. The Red Magus forfeits his because he's channeling. So, one of them is going to take 10 fire damage, which is going to be the one farther away, actually. The one close to the doorway is going to take 20. And the Red Magus just eats it in the face because he's channeling. Alright. So then I would say, Gildas, you get to do what you were going to do after that.
Yeah, as a Spirit Guardian into the room.
Alright.
9 damage. Well, Wisdom save and then 9.5.
Cool beans. Fanatic will make a Wisdom save. Fail. So this guy takes 9. So the one directly in front of you is just like he's barely hanging on. The red magus actually still gets to make his wisdom save because that is a different sort of a thing. He fails though, so he takes 9.
Get fucked.
Let's see. So, and is that your turn, correct?
Yep.
Alrighty. So, Delon, your turn.
I wish I had more area of spell attacks. The best I can do is breath weapon.
You could head down that way and breath weapon the corridor, essentially.
If anything,
Yeah.
the corridor is like perfect for breath weapons, right?
It is
Yeah.
actually,
The
because it goes as quickly as it can into the corridor that it can. So think
Yeah,
like
so I'm just
fire
gonna breath
chasing
weapon.
down a narrow hallway kind of a thing.
So I'm just gonna breath weapon that whole area.
Sounds good. You don't even need to step into the hallway to do so.
Nope. And I'm pretty much gonna hit most of them.
I believe it should hit all of them because it's creating like a funnel effect.
13 radiant.
Alright, so the red magus takes the full damage
Mm.
because he is channeling, so he cannot move out of the way. And the fanatics will make dex saves.
Both
And
fail.
fail. So they also take 13. Delon, you see a spiritual weapon floating further down the hallway. It was obscured around the corner.
Cool. Cool beans. I see it.
I don't know if I have any other attacks I can do after a breath weapon.
No, I believe that's your action. If you wish to
Yeah.
move a little down the hallway or something, you could at this point, though that would be up to you.
Nah, I'm in a good position.
Sounds good. So, you actually feel, you see a portal begin to erupt and spiral over here. Specifically, right behind the altar, a portal has begun to spiral. Eleanor's turn. She can't really get a good opening because of the nature of the corridors. Actually, I think she could see that way. Cool, she can actually. Eleanor is going to upcast Magic Missile as level 3. So that is, I'll actually roll. Let's see, that's 1d4 plus 4. So that's actually 7. Let's see, I believe it does how many? Hold on. Let's see, the dart deals 1d4 plus 4 damage. The dart, let's see, each has 3 glowing darts. That's 7, 14, 21, I believe. But since she's upcasting it as level 2, this book creates 1 more dart for each spell slot before, so that's 21, 28. She kills the red magus.
Nice.
As he turns to dust, and the ritual circle that he is standing into erupts violently in a black mist for a moment before settling and dissipating completely. Before the party's eyes, the barrier seems to wobble a little before it seems to strengthen. Tulio's turn. He will come on in. He's just gonna basically take. I think he can stand here. Yeah, he can stand here. Tulio doesn't need to do that. So he can do this. So Tulio actually kills the other two, as you just see crossbow bolts fly right past your head, Gildas. one impacts the cultist right in front of you, the other impacts the other one, and his mass their mass shattering from the force of the bolts. The spiritual weapon is gone, so we'll move it over here, and the barrier is even weaker now. So one of the fanatics casts this on the red magus. The other one is going to, let's see. See, as a item kind of maneuvers around. What was that, Gildas?
I was like, yeah. Is that like on the same level, or is that like more down?
It goes down into this area, essentially.
Alright.
These are stairs heading down.
So you can jump down from
Yes, you could.
those. Okay, then.
However, I would say that due to the placement of the barrier and the entrances, there are metagame knowledge, there are spiritual weapons here. However, in-game knowledge, you cannot see them before you walk out, essentially.
The only reason I saw mine is the fairy fire.
Yeah, they're essentially hanging on the wall. They're hugging the wall on either side of the door, essentially. So when you walk out, they get an opportunity attack. Let's see. Fanatic. Where is the sheet again? Oh, here he is. So the spiritual weapon swings at you, Delon, as a bonus action. Oof.
Yeah.
You take 13 damage. The cultist steps beside it. The fanatic steps beside a spiritual weapon, and he is going to dagger you.
Okay, he hits too.
Almost a crit too.
Only the first one hits. You take 6 piercing. So that should be, I think, 19 total damage.
Yeah.
So I believe you had a +5 for a moment, I think. Correct? From 8 earlier, right?
Yeah, that brought it up to 51.
Cool.
So it's now 32.
Alrighty then. Bub's turn. Where did I put Bub's sheet? It's closed. No. So Bub is going to... What's the range on this spell? 30 feet? Bub will step here. He is going... So Bub will then roll a melee attack. Which I'll just use his Dragon Claws for it, essentially. That is a hit. Attack hits, the creature takes 1d6 piercing, and you pull the creature up to 10 feet closer to you. So... say 2d6, so he takes 2d6 damage. Currently. 7 damage.
Does it not have a macro for it?
Apparently not. Not that I'm seeing anywhere, not on the sheet, that it would be obvious where it usually should be. So 7 piercing. And I believe he's pulled 10 feet past you, actually. So, Delon, yeah, I think that procs opportunity. So, Delon, make an opportunity attack. Alright, that is a hit because of flanking.
12.
That's 13 damage. How do you kill him?
I cut him in half.
Nice. Very nice.
Or
Alright,
beheadings. A lot of the Lord of the Rings beheadings.
very nice. Gildas.
Alright, so I'm gonna pop my ass over there. I'm gonna ready a silence for that cast as soon as the magical barrier drop. And just for simplicity's sake, I'm gonna put my circle where I want it. So hold on, I do fucking. Why isn't there like a damn? Yeah, hold on. So you know what? There. That's the point. Right there.
Right where?
Behind. So that's a 20-foot radius circle around that as soon as the barrier drops.
Alrighty. I'm gonna make it blue. It's like 20, I think should be like that-ish? Is that right? Roughly like that?
Let's see. Well, 20-foot radius, not diameter.
Radius.
So it goes there.
Okay, so you're extending it here then? Okay.
Well,
It's supposed to be a
goes from
square.
there to
40
where it is.
feet
Let
here,
me
pig?
hold on. Let me move like the center point there. Actually, no, it's a 20-foot radius sphere.
See, 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point you choose. So then it would be like 20 feet.
20 feet from there, 20 feet from there.
Okay.
All around. Yeah, it's pretty big. But you get to use it.
So, I'm gonna do this and then I'll resize it in a moment.
Yep.
I think that actually is roughly right. Roughly.
A bit.
Kind of,
So
sort of.
one more square above, like one less down.
So I could just move it up then.
No, hold on. Like move it back to where it was. Or can't you just drag it? Like, hold on. You know what? Let's see if I can. So let's see. Man, the circle tool is really shit.
Yes, yes
Is
it
it-
is. Yes. Absolutely. I'm pretty sure that's roughly the size of it, honestly.
Yeah, more or less.
Guess it technically
Yeah.
goes like
That's my ready
this-ish.
action, and then I'll just drop that though.
alright.
There you go.
Alright, Delon.
Talon is dead.
Delon! Snake? Snake?
Yeah, I'm here.
There he is.
Yeah, I'm here. Let's see. So I gotta get rid of this thing. So, part of me wants to throw another breath weapon.
The spiritual weapon's
But-
actually gone, actually, now that I think about it.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because the fanatic who
Oh.
used it is dead.
I'm actually gonna get closer, and I'm just gonna use one of my instead of doing a breath weapon. No, we need to end this quick. I'm gonna rush up and just stab him a whole bunch,
Alright, make 3 Sword of Echoes attacks.
or at least 2 sort of echoes, and then 1 from the other guy,
Alright.
because I'm hasted. Ooh, nope. Okay, and then 1 more.
Alright,
One
the
was a complete
second
failure.
2 hit. The first one just plinks off of the magical sigil that has been placed on the red megas.
Sure. And then the other is so 20.
Alright. So, where are you putting the most of your damage? I will say
I
this
mean-
right now. The fanatic here is the weakest. He's the lowest.
I mean,
He seems rather haggard.
Yeah,
Haggard.
let's just finish him off. I'm right in front of the red Magnus, and he's not gonna stop concentrating his spell.
All
But
right.
if I don't do that, the magical barrier won't go down. So I think it's actually more important to get down the red barrier, magical barrier, if this 20 damage can take out the red mage.
It will not.
Okay, so that'll just finish off the fanatic.
Alrighty then.
Okay, what's going on? We're still in the session.
Hold up, I need to find where my mic.
Alright, Yorm will actually move up to be ready to go. To reposition. The portal spins even faster, and you swear, those who are looking down the way, the portal is giving you a sickening feeling. If you are looking directly at it, make a wisdom roll to try to see to the other side.
Fuck it, I got wisdom. I got 18 of them, in fact. Come on, roll it. Okay, fine, whatever. I'll just walk through
That says that's a regular wisdom. It doesn't say wisdom save.
Oh, right. Yeah.
There you go. I'm like, I don't think you should be having only a +4 on your wisdom save. Aren't you a cleric? What kind of cleric is that? Has a +4 on wisdom save. There you go.
Maybe one that was cleric from like one day to another, boom.
There you go. So 25. So Gildas, as you look at the portal with and you feel a swelling sensation as you feel like you're being kind of misled by the portal, as if the portal is very painful to look at. However, with a simple testing of your will is fine. You are more than capable of actually weathering whatever storm this portal seems to be giving so far. And when you see on the other side, you see very large humanoid-looking creatures standing in a row in an army battalion type of way. There is a creature hanging above them with many arms that seems to be raising them to the moon, as if gesturing to the moon.
Well, I got many questions for the 7 people once we get back, assuming it's part of the mythos. But I will have more pressing matters to attend to. So
I will actually briefly do this on all players so that you can see it real quick, as well as this, so that I can reveal it to you as well, as you have witnessed them, essentially. So you can see this is the multi-armed creature on the other side. It dwarfs the humanoid creatures, who are already bigger than you. And these are the humanoid creatures that seem to be waiting. Alright. Eleanor will move over. She's going to aid you, Delon, with an Eldritch Blast. She's in a hurry as well. 15 force damage. It's actually 17 force damage. There we go. Tulio will actually make his way back over this way, and he will proceed to basically prep his gear, essentially. Prep his crossbow bolt for a ready shot. Bub's turn. Bub. So Bub, you are currently on the map here, standing where you currently are.
Yep.
There is a magical barrier directly in front of you. You can see a bunch of cultists on the other side. You know that in order to lower the barrier, you have to kill both red magus on the left and right. The ones on the left are dead, so the red is currently still alive.
Okay.
fucking my Bob. Look good.
Also,
Like
these
right
tunnels
now.
make being many of your wild shape forms rather difficult.
Yeah, most of them are large size.
Yeah. However, if you were to step into this area, you could wild shape.
Yeah, but then I would bounce off the barrier, wouldn't I?
Once the barrier's down, you could, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And does Delon need help killing the guy up to the top?
That
Right?
would be helpful. That would be
Gildos,
helpful.
after you goes Gildos, who is still basically readying his silent spell.
Yeah.
And then it would be Delon. So you could potentially expedite the process.
I would
Yeah,
appreciate
ideally,
that.
yeah, if you could tether with Magus.
We need to kill this one guy so the barrier goes down.
Okay.
Mostly because then, yeah, I can cast
I'm
silence
assuming
at
I
every
can
time.
squeeze through this door-looking thing.
Yes, you can.
Okay, just because that was kind of
That-
unclear.
Tiny enough.
If he dies, I can cast silence, and then immediately after, like, have an action, proper one.
Yes.
And this is a bad guy as well.
Yes, that is this
yeah.
guy right here is the guy that you need to kill.
You know, I've never had a chance to use it yet, but I think I'm actually going to use Thorn Whip for the first time.
I just used that like
It was
a
good.
round ago.
Yep.
So go ahead.
All right.
Super,
so,
surprisingly useful.
yeah. So with the whip of his hand, he conjures a whip and puts his hand towards him, and it shoots towards him for. Let's see. This is a Wisdom plus proficiency, so +6. D20 plus 6.
Make a macro.
I'll do it later.
Yeah. I didn't realize it didn't do that automatically. That's a 19.
19. That is a hit. Roll damage, which I think is 2d6 because you're level 5.
2d6
You're both level 5.
Okay, 8 damage.
Alright, so he takes 8 damage, and you will be forcibly able to move him at 10 feet.
Alright, so I'm gonna move him in such a way that DeLon gets an opportunity attack.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Alright, let's do it.
Yeah.
So he would be
I
able to
say,
move
"Get
here."
over here. After grabbing him.
That's a hit.
12.
That's a kill. So your combo kills him.
Yeah!
Very nice.
Yeah!
His
Nicely
ass.
done. High five, Bob.
Then boom.
Then as
Fuck
soon
your
as
ritual, motherfucker.
then as soon as it's up, you basically drop silence.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Uluru didn't come with us. I would have loved to seen her busting heads.
she would solo the area. That's why.
Yeah, she's like really freaking powerful.
She would probably solo the area. That's why she's not here.
Not surprised to hear that.
She's also helping defend the village right now because something is
fair enough.
definitely fucking up the village right now. So your silence was counterspelled.
Uh-huh. So I have to roll.
If a candidate is casting make an ability check, spell against the DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. On a success, the creature's spell fails and has no effect on level. So it is 10 plus the spell's level. So that is a level 2
12.
spell. So I think it's I think he needs to make
12.
a roll. So 1d20. I believe it's a plus 5. I think is the
12.
spellcasting modifier. So he just needs to roll above that if it's counterspelled. Huzzah! It's not
Yes!
counterspelled. It's not
Fuck you.
counterspelled. Fuck you! I love the joy from Rip. Yes! Fuck you!
Yay!
Now you don't get to,
Hooray!
now you don't get to counterspell anything else.
You're winning your
Can't-
first main
Oh wait, no,
duel.
they
Let's
can.
freaking
It's
go,
a somatic
dude.
component, but I don't care. The silence is dropped.
The
Let's
silence
not do
is
shit.
dropped. That's gonna fuck him up. So the portal remains spinning, actually, even
Mhm.
with the silence there. Delon, by the way, in front of you is a cracked wall. You can see a burning torch on the his lighting provides some light on the other side.
Is it my turn now?
Yes, it would be your turn, I believe, after that.
It should be mine. 'cause,
Oh,
like,
right.
Yeah,
It is
you
actually
said you
Gildas, because that was a
right,
preparation.
Gildas and
That was
me.
prepared, right. So
Go for it,
Gildas,
bro.
yes.
Magical
Let's
Barrier
jump
should be
in
down
now.
too.
Fuck him. Right inside of it.
Alright.
And Actually,
Card?
hold on. Let me move. Let me jump right here, actually.
Sounds good. Let me actually
Go
click something real quick
down,
because I want to see what
back,
materials
back.
it needs. Vocal and something semantic.
Yep. We'll call it semantic.
Whatever.
Well, actually, it's called a spiritual armament, not a spiritual weapon.
There we go.
Alright.
So currently their
That's it.
spiritual weapons are actually gone.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna hit the dude with this,
That's a hit.
Ooh, there's a hit.
and I'm
Four
gonna
bludgeoning.
expand that.
Alright. So he has to make a strength
So-
save?
Strength save or be restrained.
Alright. That's one of the saves they're bad at.
Better be.
They fail! He is restrained.
Right, so he can't move, he has a disadvantage on all attacks, and takes 2d4 damage on his start of his next turn. Or 2d6.
Alright. So then that was, I believe, 17 damage?
12?
12?
11.
12, 7 plus
11,
4.
11.
Yeah, 11, okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Alright. And
See a cracked wall? Do I
Yes.
see the red Magnus and Crow behind it?
you do not, but you can still hear incantations coming from the north, and you can see a burning torch through the crack in the
Delon
wall.
is Delon is not fucking around today. So I'm just gonna use a breath weapon and blow that fucker up.
Breath weapon, the wall.
Breath weapon the wall.
So the
Hoping that
wall, the breath weapon is kind of like a lighting fire. So it would stream through the crack of the wall essentially, but it would not break the wall. It doesn't have the physical force to knock the wall down. You could
Fair
make an
enough, fair
athletics check to like shoulder check it and just knock it down if you wanted to try.
You know, actually,
Which would
how
still
big is the
allow
wall?
you to breath weapon afterwards.
Okay. Also, how big is the wall?
It's a 10-foot wall, but it's got
I'm
cracks
basically-
running through it.
I'm basically asking if I hit it in
Or down. They regret the day they were born.
14. Alright, so how do you basically knock the wall down on top of them?
So Delon glances at it, hears Channing, sees it, looks around it, looks at the edges, and kind of eyes up weaknesses on the wall. Seeing the flame on the other side, he gets an idea, and he steps back a bit, almost with the back of the wall. Just when someone asks what he's planning on doing, he rushes forward and shoulder check his wall, because there's also a class ability he'll later get later, just like shoulder bashing. So
Very
it feels
nice.
appropriate.
So
So he just shoulder bashes the right point where it'll send the force to, it'll fall on its own weight.
very nice. So you basically charge the wall and you knock it down as it falls on
Shield.
top of the fanatics.
With shield in hand.
With shield in hand, you charge on through. The fanatics actually turn around, whip around. They were staring at the hallway, not the wall.
Mhm.
And that's why when it falls, it catches them completely off guard. And they fall underneath it. They are currently prone. They take 4 damage from the wall falling on top of them. You still have your action.
Breath weapon, baby.
Alrighty.
All three of you get breathed. It's my last breath weapon, but fuck you. 14 radiant, baby.
So because they're prone, they cannot make the saves. They all take 14.
Yeah, boy.
The Red Magus auto fails his save
Yeah, he just
because
has to hit.
he is he's concentrating on the spell essentially.
All right, everybody else, you get like, they're prone. You get like 3. These 3 guys had 3 kills, and they did like half damage.
Alrighty.
Also, I want to say real quick, the Moonwalker, cool, awesome weapon. I love the design of them already. I think that's really neat. if those things actually come through, I'm getting that fucking sword. I'm just telling you that right now.
It's too big for you to wield, essentially. Because it is designed for a creature bigger than you.
Oh,
But that doesn't mean that something in the similar vein couldn't be forged from the looks of it.
we're taking that shit in the cart. That's all I know. We're taking a bunch of their shit.
So as
It's
soon
like,
as the wall drops as well, I forgot to do this
Mhm.
for Yorm.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think Tulio also has like something redeemed, right?
He does
Yeah, he's gonna
actually.
throw a firebomb the shit out of it. I
Yeah,
would hope.
firebomb them.
Yeah,
Yes, please don't
Julio
hit.
can
Don't hit
actually
them.
do it in a way that firebombs everyone inside except you. So.
Yeah, I know. Don't firebomb Ophelia, you motherfucker.
He can't.
don't you
Okay, fine. He'll hit you.
don't you hurt my girl.
All right.
That's
Yeah.
what
So
Gildas can. Don't you
the
hit my
guy in
Mickey.
front of you takes 16 damage, Gildas.
Yeah, you did.
And then a firebomb is going to be dropped on the area with you inside essentially as well, because you take
Yeah.
resistance. So
Besides, Tulio's evil, so I take resist damage.
he's chaotic neutral.
Wow. Yeah, but that's still like what, 8 damage? No. Yeah. 9. No, 9 damage.
Yeah, that's 9 damage. This guy is
Alright.
dead. The one you're restraining is now dead.
Yep.
And
He
the
took
other
the hit.
ones
He took the
make
hit for you.
they will make a dex save. So fanatics, I need to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dex saves. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all shit except one. This one will also take 19. This one will also take 19. As will this one. And the last one will only take 9. Proceed to do this. Take that down from one of his spell slots. He will then also do this again. Yorm's just given cover fire to this guy. Alright, so as the portal continues to spin, you actually see a hand suddenly pop out of it, followed by another one, followed by a leg, as something pulls itself through the portal.
Okay, so how do we even stop that? I mean, I'm sure we have to kill those dudes and those dudes. Problem is, it's gonna take a bit. Oh shit.
I'm going to add a turn order here to the turn. Add an initiative to the turn order.
That's cool. I just didn't know if you knew that. You know,
Yeah,
sometimes we.
I've known
sometimes
that since like a map ago, but it's okay.
It's fine.
Like I say,
You know,
I
it's just one of those things I wanted to bring up now because then you're like, well, really? It's been like that the entire time. Like, well, yeah. I just thought
Yeah.
we just didn't see that.
Like, remembering the turn order, it goes.
So 60 foot, a point of your choice within the range. Each creature. Okay. So Eleanor is going to cast this spell. Level 2. Using one of her level 2 spells. I will show spell description as well. She is putting the point of center It is a 10-foot radius on this sphere, center on the point. So 5, 10, let's see. 5, 10, 5, 10, 5, 10. So she put it essentially centered on the dude literally right here. So con saves.
Wait, hold on, no, Marshall.
Hmm?
Thunder damage doesn't work in silence.
Oh, it doesn't? Really?
No, it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
That's unfortunate.
So how about like killing the other Magnus over here? Where
Yeah. Do
I
that
can do so.
instead.
I can
Yeah,
do
like
so.
Ren-
Like, yeah, any creature or object entirely inside the sphere is immune to thunder damage.
That is an interesting stipulation that I apparently don't read. I read the rest of it, but not that part, apparently. So then I will still use Shatter, but instead it will be centered on basically these guys here. So Red Magus does still make his con save, though, because he can do that. He fails. And the other fanatics will attempt theirs. Look at all this spell action going on. Let's go. The fanatics save though, and that is 3d thunder damage failed save or half smudge. Okay. Let's do roll 3d8 thunder. 14. So they take 7 damage. The fanatics do. Let's see. Creature made of inorganic materials such as stone, crystal, or metal has disadvantage on the saving throw. An unmagical object that isn't being worn or carried also takes the damage if it's in the spell area. Actually, never mind. Both the fanatics are dead.
Nice.
They're not actually human.
Oh, they got crushed by the rocks, they'd just be dead.
They are not dead from the crushing of the rocks. Basically, the wall fell on top of them, knocking them prone. Eleanor's spell has advantage on being casted on inorganic material. Like a creature made of inorganic materials such as stone, crystal, or metal has disadvantage on the saving throw. So they failed,
Really neat.
which killed them. The Red Magus took the full damage, though.
Also, really quick question. Since Eldritch Blast is a cantrip evocation, it says on level 5 you get 2 beams. What does that mean?
That means that it basically rolls double damage dice, and you could manipulate the beams to either attack the same target or 2 different targets.
Oh, okay. Alright, that's very important. I just wanted to know about that.
It is. Most people actually don't ever consider using their beams on different people. They just kind of like Kamehameha the same person. They don't ever think to Masenko Ha. The slow-mo blast, or what's the slow-mo blast Curlin did? You know, the one that he spread into multiple beams and killed all the Cybermen. That was badass. Anywho, it is Tullia's turn. So Tullia's used 2 firebombs. He's going to actually throw another one.
Do it.
Tullia's literally like, fuck this spot in particular.
I got a crit mate.
It's okay. Don't worry about this attack. This attack can't crit. It can't
I
crit.
forgot to do my dex save on the first firebomb. Hold on.
Okay. Oh yeah, because you could actually half it twice. You could half it twice theoretically.
Yeah. Well, never mind.
Yeah. Okay. So this one, make another
Oh,
dex
this is
save.
what- Yeah. 11.
All right. So you're gonna take 11
29 by 2.
11 time
Yeah.
minus 11. So 11.
11. Yeah.
Because this firebombs can't crit actually.
Oh, right.
It's only an attack roll because I'm lazy. The attack roll is only there to show how well he throws the actual thing to determine the actual distance he could throw it at, essentially. So this one's dead. That one's dead. That one's dead. There's only one left standing, actually.
He deserves a raise.
Fanatic's turn. proceeds to move out of the circle. And then he is going to... He is aiming for the hallway, essentially.
Well, if I fail it, I'm down. Basically.
If Yorm's still up, he can healing word you. He should be up, actually, because he even that much damage can't kill him. So Yorm does a con save.
So, I just realized I haven't been rolling saving throws. I've been using the damn thing to the left.
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, but then again, if I'm not proficient in the thing, it's the same thing. Actually.
Yorm's okay. Just barely, but he's okay.
I'm not.
You're not. Damn. Yeah, you're taken down.
What's the point of leveling Constitution, right?
It's okay. Without a decent con, you wouldn't have made it this far. Tulio will make a con save. Tulio will also, after saving, let's see, do this. Tulio is basically saying, fuck that. So he's taking half, which is 11. He's halving it again, so I'm going to make that 6. Bub,
So,
it is your turn.
let's see. You want me to, well, let's see. He's a bit too far
Well, I
away.
guess it's down now.
Is this guy,
Silence is
is he down?
Yeah, he still needs to be killed.
Oh, silence is down?
Okay.
Okay, I'll move it out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm down.
Oh yeah,
that's
true,
what
true,
he
yeah.
said.
I'll move it out of the way, essentially.
Yeah, getting even if the incantation is basically still summoning things, we need to kill
Okay.
at least slow the incantation down.
Oh yeah, you actually see as the fanatic finishes his turn, there is a palpable aura around this creature that's come out. It's spreading like a green, murky aura from its body. That almost gives off a greenish, bluish aura. The fanatic literally turns into mush as he just dissolves at the end of his turn. Because he died.
You're
He
gonna
took-
hit that though, because he's concentrating.
That's a hit, yeah. Roll damage.
Roll Fizzle Beef.
12 damage.
Alright,
Is that fucker dead yet?
how do you kill him?
Yay!
Yeah, so Bub, you know, he sees like the corpse of the other cultist, and he jumps on top of his head, and suddenly there's this really strange booming noise that sounds really weird because a lot of the room was silenced earlier, and crackles between his claws, and he cleaves a big giant claw that is like 3 times Bub's size. It doesn't really make sense, but the guy is down and in pieces.
Very nice. So you actually see that the pieces end up being the red cloak, as when you strike through him, he turns to red dust.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, they've been basically sacrificing themselves, like using magic dust to summon shit. They've just been sacrificing themselves.
Well, shit.
Yeah, these guys don't give a shit about their lives.
Gildas, a saving throw. I mean, what do you expect from cultists?
Yeah.
These guys don't mess around.
Alright, let's. Yep.
That's 2 fails.
Oh shit,
no.
that's actually fuck. Okay, I'm gonna have
That's
to run
my
over
turn.
there.
Oof.
See you in like 15 minutes.
So the Moonwalker actually takes a step and begins heading over this way.
Okay.
He heads this way, Tulio, and then, Now the good thing for you, Rem, is that The aura does not affect creatures that are already downed.
Uh-huh.
Only affects creatures that can run. It also affects everyone in the room that's in the aura, because this creature does not care. Even about the
Yeah,
cultists.
I do have still technically have a miracle.
True.
D16 con save.
Don't want to abuse it yet, but
I'm gonna roll one roll for the Magus. So
Oh,
he
nice.
fails.
Okay, I made that.
Alright. 3d6 acid damage. Half if saved. When they enter or exit the aura, or when they start their turn within the aura, all creatures who fail to save lose 10 feet of move speed, while within the aura, all who succeed lose none. So those who are within the aura that fail to save have lost 10 move speed. While you're within the aura, you will now continue to lose. You will basically have 10 less move speed to work with.
And constantly taking 3d6 damage.
Yes, when you start your turn, essentially, you will take 3d6 or half if you saved. You can choose on your turn to make another save, essentially, to try to take less damage. And attempt to get your move speed back for that round.
Do I roll Constitution too?
Yes. Eleanor will as well.
19 as well.
Con save from Eleanor.
Ooh.
Alright. Gonna have Tulio make one.
No, he definitely didn't.
Yeah, Tulio failed that. And the Red Magus are gonna take the full damage. Ophelia actually takes no damage. The aura actually seems to actually warp around her to avoid her entirely.
Choose of life and death. I don't want to deal with that shit.
The aura spreads around the room, attempting to consume everything in its path. However, the aura parts when it comes near Ophelia, as if attempting to avoid her for some reason or another. But alrighty, I'm gonna roll 3. So Eleanor is going to take 9 damage. That's actually only 4.
That's okay. That's actually okay. That's
Whoop,
more
that
than
accidentally did that wrong. She was at about that much, so she should be at 23. There we go. She's not dead. Don't worry. So Bub succeeded. So Bub, you take 4 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, Delon, you succeed. You take 4 damage.
okay.
Tulio takes 9 damage though. And Yorm is actually outside of it, is what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
The Red Maguses both take 9 though. Alright.
Ironically, no.
You can make a save here if you wished.
To make it better or worse?
Essentially, you choose. If you make the save here, you would take half damage.
Oh. So.
Actually, for simplicity's sake, to cut down on rolls, if you succeed once, you will just continue to take half. Essentially,
Yeah, let's just say I take.
that's simplicity. So you would take 4 more damage. If
Got
you
it. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I gotta be. Got it. 24. I'm going to. I mean, there's no point not being in it because. Well, I mean, I don't know if I can reason with this thing. It just got summoned. Doubt it. So. It doesn't speak a language.
It does speak languages.
Um,
It also looks like a giant humanoid.
it's like Delon will basically he'll give it like one chance. What language would this thing even think possibly know? Common, probably not. There are only 2 languages he consider that are old enough, either Draconic or Sylvian. He's gonna guess Sylvian, so he'll try and speak Sylvian. That's pretty old. He'll say, "Is like a stop."
So it does stop, but it turns to you and extends one long hand, pointing a finger in your direction.
Mhm.
You understand it is speaking to you in Draconic.
Ooh.
It says
Okay.
to you, "Imposter tongue for the failed creatures. You speak a weakened tongue for one that is so blessed."
I guess I'll speak Draconic back. I speak to communicate. Do not misunderstand that for weakness.
It actually rolls its shoulders as you speak Draconic. And it lifts its blade onto its shoulder afterwards. Still pointing at you, however.
Mm-hmm.
It speaks good. Give us the girl.
Narrows his eyes. Her ladyship? Why?
We have need of her.
For what business?
The business is not your own. Give her to us, and we promise to spare your continent for now.
Delon's eyes narrow. Like, spare continent for yeah. Slay this creature. Lady Nightfield is under our protection at this time. It is our responsibility to take care of her, and we're not.
He actually stares at you for a moment, lowers his hand, and basically grabs his blade with both hands. Then come and take her from us. Your
On guard,
determination is met.
Okay. I am hasted, so I will attack 3 times.
Nice.
25. Damn.
You have a
That's-
+9. That
Yeah.
is a very good mod. That is
Yeah,
that is
that's really
consistently like a 15 minimum. Consistently.
Ooh, nope. And 27.
All right.
2 of those probably hit.
2 of them did hit. Roll damage.
Yeah. Okay. So that is 21.
All right. So
actually,
as
no.
you go to strike at him, you find that he actually, with his blade readied, he parries your first blow and attempts a riposte. However, you are able to essentially follow through with your other 2 blows. Your speed seems to surprise him. I am doing that as a showing that he is martially trained.
No, that's good. But this is old school D&D. It would age me 1 year each time.
No.
That's the end of it, though. But yeah.
Each time you're hasted, it actually ages you 1 year, which is why it's like, why do our ages matter? Oh, they matter.
They do. Honestly, I like haste a lot, but like, I have other spells for fucking with people's ages in this game.
Yeah.
True.
I
thought
like
it
the
was funny,
stream
like,
of lethargy
separate
that overcomes you when it runs out. That means if Eleanor's concentration breaks, you can't perform actions for a moment. But alrighty, so you actually, as you attack, how do you strike him? He is wearing corrupted armor that seems especially thick.
So, seeing that and considering my blade is more of a slashing, not a stabbing that a normal long sword would be, the short sword, I mean, just the way it's designed, it's what the goddamn wood elves made it to be like a slashing weapon rather than piercing. Basically, with Delon's martial training, when he proposes the first attack, he does so with such easy grandeur. He actually leaves himself open, and when his corrupted plate moves, because he has to extend effort to strike away, it actually leaves just enough crease in one of his strikes that he then goes for a slashing and cuts in between, and then seeing that hits him, he lifts his chest up a bit more, and that reveals another crest, and so he strikes again.
Very
With the
nice.
advantage of being hasted, he can do that. Normally, he'd only be able to get one extra hit in.
So you feel as your blade seems to drag across his armor, but with a sickening, almost grinding motion, your blade strikes true. His armor is unusual. Essentially, your blade actually did the damage that it said it did.
Sword of Echoes!
Alright.
I'm really falling in love with this blade. I know, unfortunately, I will have to give it up at one point, but I love it.
Yorm will move, not over there, but Yorm will,
We need to
he's
get
gonna
this,
move
though.
down the hallway, essentially. Because he has a good enough range for it, and he can still see you. And Yorm is going to cast this on you at level 2. This will be his second level 2 spell, so that's all of them gone.
Alright, now I better succeed my save, otherwise I'm gonna go down.
Isn't Healing
Okay.
Word a bonus action?
It
Yeah,
is. That means
Okay.
Yorm still gets to make a shot. He's just healing Gildos for 11.
Alright, this save. Fuck off.
Yeah, your death saves are cleared, I believe. So I think once you rise, they go away.
Yeah.
It's not like older editions where you need to take a long rest. Fuck that shit. I hate that so much. It's so rude. It's so bad. So, Yorm actually fires his hand cannon down the hallway right after, and it strikes the creature in his back. He actually stumbles a bit, and his armor has a hole in it, but the armor seems to... a brackish water materializes over the armor and restitches itself. He rolls his shoulders, and you hear him say in Draconic while still looking at you, Delon. What was that? That was no spell.
Delon actually says with a with actually a pride, even though he's in a serious situation, you can feel a pride, especially since it's draconic. Dwarven engineering.
An unfortunately infuriating gadget.
Indeed. On God.
The red magus extend on either side of Eleanor, Ophelia, extend their arms to her, essentially one hand each. They hold the other up to the portal. Down the hallway, you hear a squelching as something dies. Red mist suddenly flows through the air and seeps into the creature.
This one?
Yes. You see his wounds stitch themselves back together a little bit. He heals 20 damage as he kills someone, essentially, for it. Eleanor will... see, I think she failed her save last time, right? Let's see. Yeah, she did. So she's gonna make another con save.
You can do it, Eleanor.
You can do it!
I believe in you. Yeah.
Let's see, scroll up.
Oh,
It
it's
is
one
a
off.
DC 16. Drat. She's gonna take 9. Eleanor
Yeah, I
is
kinda need you
actually going to
Tell those red magnuses, please.
let's see. She's going to step into the hallway. Bub, you're small, so you're good. Even on your turn, you should be able to squeeze past her. She's going
Sweet.
to Do I have her upcast Shatter, or do I have her then take her last 3rd level spot, removing her ability to cast Counterspell and Slow? Or do I have her just cast Shatter level 2? You know what? I'm gonna actually have her upcast Chromatic Orb to level 3.
Nice.
And she's going to choose Force damage. I believe you can choose that one. I think. Hold on. Acid, Cold, Fire, Lightning, Poison, Thunder, or... Oh no, you cannot. So she will choose, instead, she is going to choose to deal Lightning damage again. As one of the red Magus actually dies. The one she strikes. Tulio's turn. Tulio is going to make a save. Poor bastard. He's going to take 9 damage. Tulio's down to 1.
Oof.
Tulio's going to has still 20
Get
move
out of there,
speed.
bro.
Tulio's going to actually just like dip.
Yeah. Crossbow.
Yep. Let's see. He actually is considered flanking currently. So, boop. Boop. First one hit, second one was really bad. He's going to attack the other red Magus. I mean, no, he's actually attacking the creature here for 24 damage. As a bolt simply strikes, and it actually hits him in the throat. Which he stumbles for a moment, and you actually hear air suck in through the hole in his neck. And he stumbles, grabbing his throat, before the brackish water overcomes him and stitches and basically mends the wound, but the arrow remains. Troublesome. You all will feel the end. The fanatics are going to... Let's see. They're going to attempt to cast... Burr, 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 when the fanatics are out of 3rd and 2nd level spells. Burr, 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 so they can't do anything.
God. Some of you like, oh, 86 fucking damage. Well, I'm walking. Oh, does like 25 damage on average. But you know, it's fine. It's gonna save.
They're just gonna hold position, essentially. They're not gonna do anything. They're fine. Alright, their Magus is dead, so I guess they'll actually just come over here briefly. Bub! Are you still here, Bub?
I heard Bub cough, so clearly he's still there.
Bub! Bubber!
It's your
I
turn,
don't-
David.
I don't know how much reach he has. I feel like I'm gonna go through this corner. He's gonna freaking like put me down like a mole in an arcade game.
By the way, Bub, I believe you failed your you succeed your save, so you take 4 damage at the start.
Yeah. Okay, but not gonna have to save every round. That's convenient.
No, if you succeed once, it's good enough, as far as I'm concerned. You no longer, if you succeed, you don't take the movement penalty, and essentially you, but you take the half damage. I'm not actually rolling the damage again. I just took the first one. I'm just doing that.
Dang, this aura actually sucks because I can't Cal mob him. I think I'm gonna go.
This
Giant
area
Elf.
is
You
big
can
enough.
always cow mob the like minions over here. We don't have to deal with that shit.
You could giant elk. The room is also big enough. I just want to inform you that it is actually big
Okay.
enough to giant elk. It's a rather large ceilinged mausoleum.
Okay, can I even drag this thing on there?
It should be able to. The giant oak should be draggable from the token,
Yeah.
from the sheet.
Okay, it's dragging it, but not loading it.
That's
strange.
okay, I'll do it. I
Okay.
gotcha. There you go. Bubbert, the giant oak.
Yeah, I could attack the scrubs, but then I take an attack of opportunity, and I don't want that. Come on. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna ram it.
Okay.
It's a 14 hit.
It's a 15 with flanking, but it does not.
I
As when
figured.
you ram him, he actually maneuvers his blade, so the flat side of his blade catches your horns, and he just kind of shoves you back.
Okie dokie.
Is that Bub's turn?
Yeah, I mean, he gets an opportunity attack if I move, right?
Yes. If you moved
Yeah.
out of his range, essentially.
Yeah, I don't want that. So, my turn. It's
He has a 10-foot attack range, essentially. Alright, Gildas.
First of all, let's see if I go back down or not. 'Cause, I
You
go
succeed!
to-
You're going to take 1
Yay.
damage because of your
Okay.
your necklace.
Alright.
Because this is an evil
Now,
creature.
then, I'm gonna... So, before I do anything, because we haven't really talked about it, but Ophelia's kinda bound to an altar and all that, so what's the status on that?
Ophelia seems completely unconscious. They have placed some sort of crown on her head, and she is essentially, she is actually not bound to the altar, but she is completely unconscious. Her scythe lays essentially atop her chest with her arms folded over it, and the book lays basically in the crook of her arm.
Alright, so I'm gonna get close to about it. There. But before I do anything, what can I glean for the crown? Like, I kinda check and all that, I guess.
Make an Arcana check, yes.
Let's go, fuck you.
It is the crown of a lich,
Uh-huh.
made from the
Oh.
bones of a dragon.
I think
If I remove it, what happened? What would happen? What can I get?
You would fuck up their ritual. With a nat 20 Arcana, you know that removing the crown would fuck up their ritual.
Well, I will do so then. Well, hold on. Would it do anything to Ophelia though? Like anything bad?
It might give her more necrotic powers.
If I remove it? What if I
Yes, if you remove it.
That's interesting.
remove-
so.
Give
Let
her
it,
more if you
Well,
They?
the problem is, yeah. You know what? Fuck it. I'm right there, so I'm gonna remove it.
wait, to give her
And-
more necrotic.
Necrotic powers. Yes.
So that's making her more of a lich.
Yes. You're removing it early.
Oh.
Essentially, Gildas knows from a nat 20 Arcana that the powers that are currently within the crown are being transferred to her.
Wait,
Removing
she's
it early
removing the crown.
cuts the process incomplete, but she will gain necrotic power regardless if you remove it currently.
So wait. So letting it stay on longer, just so I understand it, letting it stay on longer will basically do the same thing, but make her more into a lich.
Yes.
So removing it early stops that process.
Yes, removing it early cuts the process short. So imagine that you took something out of the oven early, more or less.
Okay, but it stops the process of her turning into a lich.
Yes. She will have more necrotic powers regardless, but if you leave it on longer, she gains even more necrotic powers. Taking it off now
Yeah.
means she gets a bit instead.
Yeah, Gil, just take that shit off.
Yeah, so I'm gonna take that off. Does that
If
just
she becomes a
action?
lich, she's gonna kill us.
So as soon as you take it off,
I'm worried.
It's okay, man. Gotta
Okay.
go.
You better hope
Yeah,
Bridget is coming up to bat for this, because this is gonna be some freaking fallout.
Hey, we're doing the right thing. We promised to make sure that she wouldn't become a lich.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm worried that it's gonna like
We
hurt
pi-
Gildas,
we
but-
pinky sweared, and we pinky sweared.
I
So
know.
as soon
Well,
as you
sacred
take
is
it off,
wearing.
it basically an army of undead rise from the grounds themselves.
My lady.
They raise their shields and swords, and their rattling jaws raise a battle cry. The Magus all look around in confusion before the Magus standing literally next to you, Geldos, attempts to take the crown from you. Give it back! You know not with what you touch!
Actually, he
Oh
got a
my
crit. So he
dude.
does.
Well, you see, we've made her unconscious and all that, but I do believe I have the power to wake her again. And basically, you'll see with your quote-unquote queen what she'll do to you. And with that, I shall take my leave because, unfortunately, I'm at my limits. And with that, clutching the crown as hard as I can, I'm gonna do this. What level? Yes. On Ophelia.
Hmm.
Oh,
Basically, I forfeit all my HP so she gets them. Well, double them.
Alright. So she's gonna get 18 health, I believe, right?
Double that.
Double that. Okay, so
Well, I mean,
20.
technically it deals me to 18.
Okay,
But
oh,
it's
okay.
only have like 10 left. Well, it's like 10 transferred, so she get 20.
Alrighty.
so then it would be 40 then if it's doubled.
No, she gets 20 because the 10 is doubled.
Ah, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Okay.
I mean, just like I was just gonna post the spell card as well, just so you
Yeah, yeah,
can.
yeah.
So as soon as you do so and you crumple once again, Ophelia actually floats up and her scythe rises to her hand. She then proceeds to spin it around, immediately killing the individual beside her. All of the skeletons basically cheer and begin swarming for battle. Currently, Ophelia, even though the crown is off her form, seems to have a sort of like an astral crown around her head that looks very similar to the old one. She raises her hand, and essentially she's going to cast a spell. The Moonwalker actually looks over, and you are forgotten, Delon. He raises his blade, attempting something. However, he needs to make a Wisdom save.
Ooh, he crit.
So as she extends her hand to him, with the blade raised, he then immediately slams it down into the ground as the brackish water consumes him, and he seems to disappear into a puddle. The portal actually, you see a large hand reaching through, which seems to be from the large creature behind the wall, as if it's reaching for Ophelia. However, the puddle on the ground immediately retreats into the portal. The hand attempts to grab Ophelia. However, she then will proceed to... So instead of... she's going to do 60... Gildos, you heal for 11 damage.
Mm-hmm.
She picks you up, moves you away from the portal, as then the same motion gives you 11 health. And as the hand attempts to reach for Ophelia, Bub, you feel the bone wand, the dragon bone wand, in your person rattling. As if it wants to be let out of your bag.
No.
I'm debating whether it's a good idea to do that or not.
Would Bub think it's a good idea, though?
I don't have knowledge arcana, guys.
Also, Bub likes Ophelia now, so...
Yeah, but giving her phylactery is not a good idea.
Insight maybe?
I would allow that.
Okay.
21.
That's damn good insight.
Ophelia is not the one calling on the wand.
Oh.
Something else is. Something beyond the portal.
Oh, yeah, don't do it, Bub. That's how they get you.
It is how they get you. They promise you candy.
Something's calling from beyond the portal.
No matter what, Bub, do not let go. I've seen what's beyond that. You do not want to let go.
The wand is attempting to leave your bag of its own volition.
I'm just gonna like grab it with my mouth, I guess.
Alright, so you grab the wand. It tastes horrible. However, it is burning a really bright silver hue. As if something is attempting to stop whatever is happening.
Yay. The often forgotten silver dragon.
I know.
I
Come
mean,
to
the
bed.
crown was also made of the silver dragon too.
Surprised he's willing to help us after we totally were like, F you.
She's probably doing it because anything is better than this, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So, as you continue to resist this process, the skeletons proceed to kill the remainder of the cultists. They then clang their weapons together and begin to surround Ophelia, as if in a defensive phalanx. As this begins to happen, the arm that's trying to grab Ophelia suddenly is almost forcibly ripped backwards, as if something pulled it back. And you all hear a booming voice that demands your attention. Give it to me! You all feel terrified. Something is coming from beyond the portal. Something is coming quickly. It's flying in your direction.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Give it to me! It just bellows again.
No.
I'm seriously considering eating it, guys.
That's not a terrible idea, actually. Honestly, of the ideas, that is not terrible.
Yeah,
It is a
I'm
phylactery.
eating it. I'm swallowing it whole.
Make a con save!
This is a dumb idea, but I'm doing it because I
It's
don't
a
have
dumb
hands
idea.
right now.
It's a bub idea.
That is a bub idea. No! You can't have it! Oh.
And it's like the phylactery
you're a
isn't...
giant
Oh,
fucking
no,
elk.
dude. Dude, you know you can roll, like,
I'm gonna
you have,
use
like...
my inspiration. This
You have
seems pretty
inspiration,
important.
I got the worst.
There we go.
There we go!
You couldn't-
Yeah, 20. There we go.
So, Bub, you, how do you swallow the wand?
Yeah,
Oh.
so like, you know that feeling when like, you have something in your throat and it's like, oh wait, I'm doing this too fast, and you actually catch it in time before you swallow it wrong. And then like, I just like move my throat to the left and it comes down in one quick gulp, all the way down to my massive deer stomach.
It's like, you know, when lizards eat eggs and all that. It's like
It is,
Yeah,
it is.
exactly, you got it.
So as it disappears into your elk stomach, You feel yourself becoming killed from within. Something is legitimately murdering you from within with necrotic energy. However, with your nat 20, the lining of your stomach resists this.
My deer form's gonna evolve to the next level.
Your deer form is like, oh, I have a stomach ache, but that's about it. You feel ill, but that's about it.
Let's freaking go, dude.
No, that's what the elk form is like the best thing you could have done because it's like a nature protector. So it's just like, fuck your necrotic.
That's literally what I'm trying to protect nature from whatever this thing is.
Rightfully so.
The portal remains spinning, however. It doesn't seem to be going
What?
away.
We
I'm
killed all
gonna
the
cast
magnets.
guiding bolt into the portal. Because I fucking can.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look and see like
Fuck
how
you.
shaky is the ceiling.
The ceiling actually is not shaking currently. Whatever was trembling up above has stopped since this bellowing voice has begun demanding from you.
Damn, dude, 86. Freaking Super Saiyan over here.
So you fire. Okay, so you fire the guiding bolt. You feel it disappear as soon as it touches the portal, and then there's like a delay, as if about 30 seconds where you're not sure what happened to your spell, and then Gildas, you know you struck something.
Because you hear a giant roar. Fuck you.
No,
Fuck
but you know you struck something, but you don't know what. It took some time for that for the feedback of your spell to know that it wasn't cancelled, essentially, to trick.
Right. So I'll say it toward the portal. Do you still want it now?
Yes.
Okay, we need to.
How many spell slots do I still have left? One more. Oh, finish.
I'm going to help you. I'm actually going to help you. I'm going to fire Eldritch Blast. It's cantrip, but it's radiant. So I'm just going to fire that shit too.
Go ahead.
There you go. Almost another crit.
There you go, baby.
There's again about a 30-second delay. No, 25-second this time. As you strike something. By the way, Delon, roll damage.
That's shit roll.
Alright. So as both those spells enter the portal, both of you feel a 25-second delay before you know that your spell hit something. You actually hear a bellowing voice as soon as Delon shoots his beam through. Your lady is a coward, and she will die as worm!
Keep talking.
More radiant blast.
Yes.
More Eldritch Blast.
Coming
as
up.
many
Ooh.
as we can do.
I'm gonna
13.
Swing over.
You got 13. Oh, fucking 2 1s.
Too bad this is inside, or else I would have casted my storm spell.
I know. We would just been like slamming this thing.
So your spell, you feel as your spells deflect harmlessly off of something. And you again hear the booming voice. I will tear her mountain apart. I will hear her kobold scream before me. Send unto your lady. Her time is numbered. The peace she so desperately seeks will fall at her feet.
Okay, can we like?
Actually, I'm like,
maybe we could destroy this damn portal. Is the ring is it still glowing? Is there some shit? Anything?
with my next item, Marshall, I want to invoke the miracle this time. So I know it's early, but I feel like it's thematically like appropriate.
Fair enough.
I'll say, praying that I know I've been trying to hit whatever this is through the portal, and it's doing something, but I feel like it's not enough. So, my lady, if you would help me through this next shot, stop whatever this is, as well as overload the portal somehow, I'll be eternally grateful, more than I am already am. And with that, I'll use my guiding bolt.
Alright. So your
Double
guiding
30.
bolt flies through the portal. And you hear a voice speak back to you, this time straight to you, Gildas. Your pathetic goddess holds no power in my realm. I will wear her flesh as a robe of kings.
Oh, it's on now.
However, the guiding bolt sparked as it touched the altar. Slowly, you see the spark turn into a flame as the altar begins to melt. The altar then begins to turn to liquid metal, which then begins to burn the very ground the altar is on. Your goddess is a coward. She cannot delay my return. And as this happens, the metal seems to begin to erode entirely the ground beneath the altar as it begins to create a pit, and the altar falls into the pit. The portal disappears as the ground and the altar disappear with it, essentially. The portal basically dispelling itself. The last thing you see, Gildas, is a large draconic eye staring through the portal at you with the intent to kill.
Would you look at that? She can, she did.
Do I recognize it?
You could make a history roll if you wish to, Bub.
Delon doesn't have to make a
No
roll.
freaking history.
You would
Delon
not
does-
personally have any affiliation with this specific eye. I would say that 100%. You personally have no affiliation, but you may have heard stories. So you may
It's a
roll history.
dragon, though.
Do you want me to roll history, Marshall, or do I just know?
You know on an instinctual level what that was.
Yeah.
On an instinctual level, it's you know how birds their feathers can stand up. On an instinctual level, you felt like your scales were hardening, as if into defensive measure, at the mere presence of him. You know that this thing could have immediately wiped you from the face of the earth.
Yep. You got Becky?
If it was here.
Yes. I wanted to kill that moon guard so bad. God damn, I wanted that weapon. Okay. How's Evan, now the portal's closed, how's Evan's stomach feeling?
Evan's stomach still feels ill. He feels very sick.
Is it still trying to come for it?
The wand is no longer being beckoned. As soon as the portal closed, the wand was no longer being beckoned.
Okay, cool. How's Ophelia doing?
Ophelia remains floating just barely above the ground. Her knights, however, remain surrounded around her. If you come near her, the knights actually draw their weapons at you, but they don't strike.
I'm already within the thing, so I guess.
Yep.
At least she's floating now, finally. The silver lining. But, well, I guess since I'm right next to her, I'm gonna try and reach for her as well.
Alright. So as you go to reach for her, the skeletons around you actually watch you very carefully. Their blades ready to be drawn. And what do you do when you reach for her?
I mean, a gentle motion, like try and like bring her down, you know.
As soon as her feet touch the ground, the skeletons salute and fall to bones in the mausoleum. She also takes a breath in and crumples unconscious. When she breathed in, a black bit of mist in the air went into her lungs. The air is now clear and crisp.
Delon is gonna approach them. Gildas, are you and your ladyship alright?
We've seen better, but I think we'll manage, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
But,
do you still have the crown? Whatever?
oh yeah, just I still have it on me. Like, but at this point, I'm just like holding Ophelia and the crown like together in my arms.
Delon's gonna I think we should make sure that's
is not connected.
As you look at the crown, it actually seems to crack and then shatter, turning into nothing but rubble.
Oh, and that was made of the silver dragon bones.
It was made of some sort of dragon bones. You're not sure if it was the silver dragon's bones, but it was dragon bone.
Okay. Okay. Well, it didn't have any powerful sway like the silver dragon did, so I assume it was not made of it. She would have been like, "Oh hell no." The difference, I think, also making it a reflect with the silver dragon is she can actually be like, "No, I have enough radiant power of the will alone." I'm like, screw that. It's okay. It's cracked. Whatever. Dylan's gonna sound off. Is everyone all right?
Eleanor marches in. I'm okay. What was that presence? I was frozen in terror. I could not move. You hear a call from down the hallway. Been better! Speak for yourself, I'm on death's door again.
Bub, how are you? You alright?
So, can I make a survival check to take care of the bone wand situation, or how's this gonna work?
Vomit out.
You're a kobold / a draconic creature based off dragons, so you could vomit it out at will if you wanted now.
It's gonna come out of 2 ways anyways.
True.
Yeah, exactly.
It's better if you throw it up, honestly. So as soon as you throw it up, the wand actually still has its silver shimmer, but it seems a bit duller. But it is no longer no longer has some sort of a will to it. It simply is there, like before.
I think the silver dragon was quite a gambit in this. I don't think if her presence wasn't available, you've had any manner of holding what beckoned it.
That was a close one. There was a dragon on the other side.
I know.
I didn't recognize it.
Because that dragon is not spoken openly. In fact, it's wished to be long forgotten.
Oh. So I just look at her confused and then back to the lawn. But why is it a he?
The dragon? Yes, it was definitely a male.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why is he interested in Ophelia?
Now that I do not know. Well, I have an idea, but I will need to talk to my lady in order to confirm it. But if I had to guess, he wants the power, corruption, the power to summon an army. Ophelia is a special lady. And it seems we're learning more about her specialness as time goes on. Damn it.
Bub's slitted eyes go narrower, and he's gonna search the bodies of the cultists to see if he can find anything that would help indicate more information about the situation.
So, Bob, when you search their bodies, all they seem to have on them are trinkets that look like a black dragon. They have no gear. The cloaks, the masks, whatever was within them, doesn't seem to be there. There's just dust in the room. But in the piles of dust, there are black dragon charms.
Let's see. I guess with my background as a kobold, like, what would I know about the black dragon?
Most of what you would know would be hearsay from the blue dragon, or some of the professors may occasionally talk of him in hushed tones. You would actually know that speaking of the blue dragon tends to be a forbidden thing in the college. He is not spoken of. He is not educated upon. His name is not uttered. It's as if there is the ban is not is unusual, as in the college, all things are taught. He is not. But what you do know is that he is the eldest of the dragons.
Current dragons.
Yes, the current dragons. He's the eldest of your blue dragons, like siblings. They came from the
Yeah.
same clutch, and the black dragon is the oldest.
Okay.
I would
Yeah,
say that
so
you
prob-
also know that a long time ago, the black dragon was their leader,
Mhm.
as he
Yes.
waged war on basically humans in the last Dragon War.
Yeah. So he's gonna gather all the figures,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna keep them, and Bub's gonna say, "I have to know if it's the Black Dragon's plan to bring what I saw in my vision."
I fear perhaps that might be his very desire.
I concur.
Well, if that's the case, then that means that we're not just going around not knowing anything. It means that he wants to find powerful, necrotic, desecrating forces and
Poisonous
make them
poison.
stronger.
Yes, it would seem so. He does.
This is chilly.
Mhm.
We're gearing up for a second Dragon War, aren't we?
Well, if that's the case, then I know what I have to do. First, I need to tell the Blue Dragon of this immediately. And second, we need to consecrate areas that have fallen to darkness.
Aye.
Works for
think-
me. Go ahead.
No, I'll say. Gildas, you remember when you spoke of visions earlier tonight?
I did, yes. What about them?
When I spoke to my lady, it wasn't all that we spoke of. There were things that I've been keeping close to the chest. When her ladyship is better, we return to the Sylvian village. I will speak more of it. You have my word.
A nod.
Until then, we have young blessed return. But until that moment arrives, we must make haste. If we can find any supplies while we're here, anything of their plan, anything at all. Tulio, can you stand? Are you able to do so?
Oh yeah, Chief, I can always stand as long as I have some fight in me. As long as I'm
Good.
breathing, I can stand.
Good. Let me see some of your wounds. I should be able to patch some of them up, keep you standing a little bit longer. I'm actually going to roll first aid.
Alright, you may roll medicine.
I actually am kind of okay at it.
Yeah.
And not this time, but I tried.
Oh wait, no, that's the wrong. The guidance isn't there.
There you go.
That's fine. Good enough.
Hey, guidance isn't touch. Just
Yeah, we didn't touch
wait,
guidance.
Range
it
touch.
is
Yeah, it's touch.
touch.
Touch. Yeah, range touch.
It's fine. Whatever. I'm close enough. We're all in a group.
Got there.
I do a decent enough job patching them.
Yeah, I'll say that roll a d4 actually, just for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Don't
get
you
a
hate it
10.
when there's like layers of stuff, and you have to like go across the layers because there's not one. Fine, he heals one. I tried.
Yeah.
Anywho,
I'll say yeah.
Uh,
Tulio has 1 health.
cool. One health.
Tulio appreciates it though.
Mhm.
Thanks, Chief.
Sorry, usually my hands on. In any case, we'll need to make sure. The young boys are waiting. We must make sure. As for the only outside, I don't hear any more screaming, but it could emerge itself in here. Although this might be a defensible position, we need to make haste. Gildas, I assume you have her ladyship. I assume you can entrust you to hold on to her until then. We arrive safely.
You won't have to worry about a thing. I'm not about to drop her.
Indeed. All right. Make haste. There might be anyone left over here. No surprises. No, Isaac, not for the rest of this night, thank you.
Sounds good to me, Chief. Let's get the fuck out of here. Think we killed every single one of those stupid motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
As you
So,
begin
we'll
to
make
make your way out,
Mhm.
I will move you all to the barracks area, quick.
Mhm.
And give me one moment. So as you all, as a party, make your way out of the northern area and make your way to the barracks area, you find that the burning has finally subsided from the explosion to the Osset. However, there is a fire in the dining hall. All of the bodies or gear has been gathered and is burning in the dining hall.
What the hell? Dawn's gonna go into the dining hall quickly.
As you arrive, you find multiple women wearing weird masks that have fangs or terrifying figures on them are standing in the dining hall, throwing things onto the pyre to keep it burning. They also seem to throw discarded gear and the like.
Oh, the Blood Huntresses, so soon.
Once you step in, they actually look at you, and in one unison moment, draw their bows.
Wait, do they have the mark of my brethren?
They do. They have the same moon mark.
Come on, bud, help me out.
However, as they begin to pull back their arrows to fire, someone drops from the rafters, and with a single hand motion, they keep their arrows in the bow, but they have not fired. You recognize the attire of this woman, but she is currently wearing a mask.
Got it.
However, all of the Blood Huntresses are wounded to some degree. Even Aramu before you. She has a deep wound on her shoulder, which seems to be a piercing wound, but she moves as if it doesn't bother her.
Dewan, still holding the shield, gives like a faint nod, and I'll say in common, "No harm. We're just leaving."
Aramu snaps her fingers, and the Blood Huntresses in the dining hall return to torching the dining hall. You see as she just gives a single slow nod and points to the east.
Dewan slowly lowers the shield, gives her a nod back, and gives one quick final glance, and then moves to the east. We need to move forward.
As you arrive in the eastern chamber, which is here, I will move you all into this area here.
Huzzah!
As you step into the central area, vines start to sprout around all of you, restraining you all.
Oh, Jesus.
Aramu docks an arrow in her bow and aims it at all of you.
Eh?
You hear a rather soft voice. You were not supposed to make it out.
Pardon.
Fuck.
Lord Alan, do I burn the vines and make a big mistake, or should we just let it slide and go at it peacefully. Because right now, tonight, I'm just about done with everything.
Aye. As am I.
And these are the huntresses.
Yeah, the blood
Yeah.
huntresses.
Those are gonna be like, sisters, what is going on?
A correcting of a mistake.
Whose mistake?
This one's.
Hmm?
In the time that happens, it's important to remember the situations that transpired, and at that time, pass a verdict based off the actions of the individual. Right?
Oh, she's saying what Dawn said. Kind of.
I just look at Ophelia like, does she understand what's going on?
Ophelia's unconscious.
Damn it. Still? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
still.
she's out.
Dude,
Undead
she's
can't
gonna
go
be out.
unconscious.
She's gonna be out for like all night, pretty much.
Yeah, so Bub's gonna say, well, let's see. I don't know. Bub isn't that stupid, though. Like, it's pretty clear that they tried to set us up, right?
Yeah, basically.
Though,
Or
though
not
with the,
technically.
specifically who sets you up, though.
Right. Yeah.
Bub says, there was a great evil down there. And we stopped it. I don't know who sent us there, but it's a very bad idea. That would have caused a chain reaction of negative energy that would have engulfed the entire world. That's what I'm trying to stop. I've told you this, so why would you put us in that kind of danger?
This one believed in something, a charitable gift, one thing that could be given that no others could have obtained for this one.
I do not understand. Please explain this to me.
This one has committed a sin, and this one will pay. However, you did not answer this one's question.
Sorry, I'm kind of like tired of it now.
You're good.
I don't remember what the question was.
So basically, spit back a rephrasal of what you said to her before, while on the walk, about Mercy.
Oh, you mean about mercy?
Yeah.
Mercy is a powerful component. Honor and gallantry. It is not weak, but it is the most subtle of powers. One's actions can determine one's redemption, and the punishment can be changed to fit the moment in time.
Then this one accepts her punishment, and hopes that this action can offer some measure of redeemment. She lets the arrow fly, the vines immediately shatter, and a beam of moonlight immediately strikes down where she was standing. However, she jumps against the wall, kicks off of it, and begins running.
Oh no.
Would I have an idea, like, is this moonlight, like, jiving with stuff I've experienced recently?
Bub, make a nature check.
Make that nature check, boy.
Okay, 22.
22. Bub, by striking the vines, she has struck the heart of the forest. You immediately feel like she is not your ally, despite having felt a kinship with her before.
Are
Basically
there
the
other
same-
warriors that have arrows on us right now?
The other warriors are down the hall, essentially. You actually hear multiple shouts and footfalls as multiple people give chase.
Oh shit.
To her?
Assumedly.
Yeah. Basically, I'm trying to understand it. She made a mistake. She screwed up in a manner. She thought she could attain something, then
and she screwed up. So she made a deal with the moon, with basically the heart of the forest. The heart of the forest is like, okay, we're not going to let you leave because the heart of the forest, whatever. And then she went, I don't jive with that, so I'm going to attack the heart of the forest, knowing that
I think
basically I'm going to be on the run.
She took
I-
the fall.
I think I'm gonna cast Spike Growth so that she gets slowed down and takes a bunch of damage.
What? Why? Delon will actively fight you on that.
Why? She betrayed us.
No, it's more complicated than that. Even Delon can see that.
She tried
Yeah,
to
Basically,
you
sacrifice
her
an
entire
didn't
way of
give
blood
her the
life.
D. You didn't give her the D. That's what happened.
No, that's not
No.
fine. Whatever.
No, there is something. There is something there. I will say that there is something there. However,
Whatever. We don't have time for
you
this.
are
Just-
all basically fine at this point. The vines have basically ceased to restrain you, and whatever's happening seems to be giving chase to her. As you
Whatever.
go
Oh,
down,
Fada.
if you go down the hallway,
Mhm.
you see that the Youngbloods are actually still there. However, Aqua's there with his hood down, waiting.
All right, we arrived.
I'm trying to think of any reason why I'm not giving chase right now, and I can't. So
Do what you gotta do, Bo.
I'm gonna turn to a giant elk, which has a movement speed of 60 feet, and I'm gonna charge after her.
Alrighty, bub. So you will join the Blood Huntresses on the hunt, essentially.
Yeah, I'm gonna be following them because. Yeah.
What would Delon do right now? He knows she's basically screwed. But he also said he had to complete the mission. I'm not hasted and I don't have Velocity, so fuck.
You can ride me.
Isn't Velas just outside anyway?
True,
Yeah,
but he's essentially the ride home for all of the Youngbloods and
Ah.
yourselves.
yeah, fuck it. I'm actually gonna follow suit.
You're gonna follow the pursuit?
Yeah, I'm gonna follow the pursuit because Delon's like, fuck.
You
Like,
can jump
part-
on me. 60
Yeah,
foot
I'm just
movement
gonna
speed.
jump on him.
Alrighty.
Honestly, she can't run from me. I'm faster than her.
So,
Delon-
funny you say that, bub.
Mhm.
As you give chase with the lawn on your back, you find that the other Blood Huntresses seem to be getting pinned to trees or falling in traps. You also notice that you can't seem to gain on her. It's as if she's got an almost equal speed to you. She jumps and flips over trees and on tree branches, and you swear you see, every once in a while, it's like there is some sort of spirit walking with her, running with her, giving her speed.
Oh, well, two can play that game.
You also see that her sisters shoot many arrows at her, do many different things in her direction. However, she is their superior. She catches multiple arrows, fires them back, or breaks certain arrows, or dodges rains of elemental arrows that land for her.
I'm also assuming that when Delon's like, Delon basically said, like, yelled to Eleanor. Like, Eleanor goes, guys, get your bloods, go.
That
Alright,
works.
No arguments, go.
I'm gonna
Take down
activate
Blitz, go.
Freya and see if she can help guide me towards her. Essentially.
Because Delon also doesn't trust Bub right now, that he's not going to do something whatever.
fair.
And he's like, okay, whatever.
As
I don't know,
Freya
Bub's
appears,
the
Bub,
wild card.
he has,
Bub is the
honestly.
wild card.
He is, honestly.
I don't know.
And
She's my
Delon-
sister in arms, but she's also a traitor.
Right,
Oh.
and Delon is a moral compass, so he's like, oh, fuck, I need to be his guinea cricket right now.
So, Bub, as you summon Freya, she appears before you. What do you need, Bub?
Follow that woman.
Okay.
We can't let her escape.
She is outpacing us. I don't have the abilities her creature does.
Alright, I'm gonna entreat nature around us. We must stop that woman. What she has done is an affront to nature. She must be stopped.
Okay, make a nature roll.
Jesus.
Alright, no pressure. This is like a roller coaster. If I get advantage, that's 22.
would say you get advantage here. So with the 22, the trees begin to warp, almost trying to cut off her retreat. She adapts immediately anytime her exit strategy changes, though. She knows this forest better than anyone, after all. Eventually, she leaps off a branch and leaps into the moonlight, throwing off her mask and tossing aside her bow. When she touches the ground, she seems to disappear entirely.
Oh shit, she has invisibility. Good on her.
Oh damn, I don't have scent. Or see invisibility.
But from this position outside, you can tell that the moon is shining down in full in this area. The moonlight rains down on this spot. You also can tell that this spot has seen a lot of battle recently. There's even a dead creature with multiple arms laying on the ground.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's an Oni, probably.
What can I make of this situation?
A very large-scale battle happened here very recently. This creature died within the last few hours. It is literally littered with arrows. However, its singular eye still seems to almost perceive.
Yeah, so I'm gonna
For
investigate.
context,
the
it
spot.
looks like this.
She disappeared. Freaky.
As you investigate the spot she disappeared, you notice that she's not seeming to leave any tracks either. But judging from where the moonlight is lit, if she wishes to remain invisible, you know that she's probably heading in that direction. But that direction seems to be heading for Asterium.
I have no way to communicate this, I don't think.
You do not.
I use my deer hooves and write Asterium in the ground.
For who? To me?
Yeah.
What am I gonna do?
Just to communicate it, I
read.
think.
Yeah. I want to at least communicate what happened.
Oh, okay, Asterium. You're saying she's heading towards Asterium then?
Nod.
I see. I doubt we'll be able to keep chase at this point.
No, she's invisible and moving very fast.
Oh, important question. Can Delon see the dead Oni?
Yes, Delon can. This creature is as big as a house, kind of a thing. It's huge.
I feel like Oni parts would be really good for magical.
They would
crafting.
actually, probably. Okay.
Take it for research purposes.
You could take some of it.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, I'm in my deer form. I'm gonna make a survival check, I guess, to like harvest the corpse.
Go ahead. I'll allow it.
Okay. All right, 11. That's not that great, but
You gain a finger. A finger of a harbinger.
hey, I mean, it's something.
Yeah.
I rolled a 2. I still got something.
Alrighty. So once you, I'll flash over to Gildos real quick. So as the group heads over towards Aqua actually rushes over, and he notices immediately your frustration. Hey, what's going on? What took you so long? I've been standing here waiting for the evac.
Well, we basically stopped a summoning of sort. Summoning of big creatures with sword as big as 10 of us, a creature with 10 arms and all that, and let's see.
You saw a harbinger?
Yes, I did. That's what you call it.
That's what they're called, alright. Okay, that's a surprise. They shouldn't have been inside. Couldn't even fit in through the door. How did the fuck... Never mind. Look, we need to get the younglings back.
Right. That we do.
We'll discuss more once we get to the lounge. I'm glad y'all made it out alright, though. I had a really bad feeling about tonight. Something told me that it wasn't gonna go right.
At least it went better than it could have. Could have went.
True.
Please lead the way.
Aqua nods, and he actually blows a small whistle. The younglings march in step at the whistle, and he leads you all out of the mode access onto the... which seems to head out into basically the water itself. However, when you get towards the water, you see small fey-like water creatures are in there for rides. When you hop onto them, they ferry you all across, and when you get there, you see that Velise is hooked up to a carriage that can easily hold all of you.
So Veles is probably like, where the fuck's my boy?
Velise actually is quite pissed off. He stomps his hooves and looks around. Hey, the rider's fine, right? The white rider's fine. The pale rider, he's fine?
It's fine. It's just some disagreement on a certain matter that's... Well, I'm sure I'll tell you when you get back.
Alrighty then. See that? See it, boy? Yeah, see. Sorry, your lordship. Yeah, your rider is fine. The pale rider is fine. We can go now. Your buddy said so. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
With that, Aqua actually takes the reins and leads you back to the Drow village. On the way there, you see several trees have fallen over, but new ones are sprouting from where they once were, as if to regrow what was lost. You also see Icarus black blood splattered around in different places. Eventually, you arrive back in the Drow village, where the sun has begun to rise. And with Bub and Alon, after obtaining the finger, I imagine you head back to the village, correct?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
Alright.
I could have re-rolled that, but I don't know.
Too late now,
Yeah,
I already determined the outcome.
I know.
Alright. So you make your way back to the village. And as Bub, as you arrive towards the village entrance, the sun begins to rise, the moon falling behind the cloud line, disappearing from view. There has clearly been some sort of large-scale fight here, but the forest is regrowing in a way as if to erase that it ever happened.
Yeah, no kidding. I want to throw that under the rug too.
Alright. And with that, as you all return to the lodge, you are welcomed back with cheers and applause, essentially, by the Patriarch and the Matriarch and those inside the lodge. When you attempt to explain some sort of a situation that happened, the Patriarch simply hushes you, tells you to rest, and that we will discuss more when you awaken. Because he has, and only after he says so do you feel the sheer fatigue wash over all of you. And next time, the party will discuss the after effects of what happened and finish up the Drow Village stuff. So they get to explore a little more and RP a little more inside the Drow Village. Thank you all for tuning in for this extra long session. Hope you have a good one. Bye-bye.